A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Breakfast, David?
Coming, darling. That coffee smells good.
It is, and the eggs are just right, and the bacon is just right.
In short, you're perfect.
Yes, sir, I am perfect. Oh, David, it's a lovely day for tonight.
What do you mean, a lovely day for the night?
It'll be so nice to drive back from Connecticut with the moon.
Oh, how do you know there'll be a moon?
I ordered one. David, you know it'll be the first time I've seen any of your architecturing face to face.
Well, you won't see much. Just a stone foundation and a pile of lumber.
Well, anyway, it'll be fun. Will we be home for late dinner? Do you think I'll order something I can make before I leave and just heat it
We
up?
will not be home for dinner. I know a wonderful little inn on a country road. Looks like it walked right out of a book.
Is that good?
Sure, it's good. And wait till you taste the food. Best you've ever eaten.
Lobster?
Well, sure, why not?
Well, where we're going isn't on the water, is it? I mean, it's inland.
That doesn't make any difference. Don't you know they fly oysters all the way out to Los Angeles?
I'm not sure I'll have the lobster, though.
Darling, I wouldn't worry about it. You haven't finished your breakfast yet.
Well, can't I even plan? Oh, David, lobster or not, it's going to be fun. And I'm so glad you invited Mama along.
Sure, I invited Mama.
Aren't we lucky that Hartley and Julia gave us their last year's car for a wedding present? Aren't you glad, David?
Yep, I'm glad I'm alive. I'm glad you're alive, but best of all, I'm glad we're both alive together.
Me too. I'm so glad I could bust. Say, the moon will surely be up on the way home tonight, won't it?
I'll see that it is. It'll be a harvest moon, one of the best. And, Claudia,
Yep.
Before I forget it, will you have the garage bring the car down in front of the door at 3? I'll pick you up here, and it'll save time.
All right, darling, 3 sharp. Oh, I wish it were 3 sharp now. Well, Mrs. Brown, aren't you happy you came along?
Yes, I've enjoyed every minute of it so far.
Hey, just listen to the crickets.
Crickets are out of season. Those are tree toads.
Isn't it extraordinary how much a man knows, Mama?
Lucky for women.
Smell the air. Burning leaves. That's the nicest smell.
Makes me hungry.
Oh, you don't need air to do that.
Is it much further?
Nope.
Is what much further?
Hush up, Mama. David knows a wonderful little restaurant.
Good. I'm company, so I didn't want to say how much further. I'm starved.
So am I. I think I'll order a lobster after all. What do you have, Mama?
Soft shell crab.
Can't you two girls wait to see a menu?
No, why should we? What are we stopping here for, David? David, are you going to let me take the wheel at last?
No, darling, I'm not going to let you take the wheel at last.
Thank heaven for small favors.
Anybody think you two are my born enemies?
We're your best friends. We tell you the truth. Why are you stopping, David?
For supper.
Here, it looks funny.
It's the oldest inn in Connecticut.
No, it's not very large, is it?
One more word out of the two of you, and you'll go without your dinner.
From the looks of the place, we might anyway. I didn't say anything, darling.
Hope the service is fairly quick, David. It's getting late.
Listen, girls, suppose you stop trying to manage this now. The food will be good, and I'll get you into town in plenty of time.
Such a manly man. Come along, Mama. He's managing everything. David, I know you're practically perfect and never make mistakes, but who told you about this inn?
Oh, I found it myself one day. There's nothing wrong with this supper. It's just not their day for fish.
Or meat. To think that we will have traveled more than 100 miles for an egg.
Well, what was wrong with that bacon? It was delicious.
Nothing's wrong, except that we had it for breakfast.
Oh, here comes our Yankee host now. We'll get a good dessert. You will.
Howdy. Finished, folks?
Yes, all finished.
What do you have for dessert?
Well, what have you got for dessert?
Oh, almost anything.
For instance.
Apple pie, peach pie, plum pie, apricot pie, rhubarb pie, cherry pie, coconut, lemon cream, gooseberry.
I'll have peach.
Coconut custard.
Now, what is gooseberry pie?
Well, friends, kind of a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. Tastes a little bit like strawberry.
I'll have lemon.
Right, y'all, friend.
Seems quite an authority on pies.
Oh, this place is known for its pies.
And for being the oldest inn in Connecticut. What more do you want, Mama?
Well, here you are, folks. 3 pies and coffee.
This looks like apple pie, not coconut.
So it does. Oh, I'm danged.
This tastes like apple instead of peach.
They sometimes do, ma'am. Take a certain kind of peach, tastes like a certain kind of apple. Never known it to fail.
This not only looks like apple and tastes like apple, it is apple.
Apple it is, friend. Finest apple pie in western Connecticut. We specialize in pies. Have a different pie every day, only I can't remember which one comes on which day.
So you just rattle off the whole list for good luck.
That's right. Well, anyway, everybody always likes apple pie.
Not if they had their mouths deliberately set for coconut custard.
Say, this is good. I'm glad I didn't get lemon. You know, this is the best pie I've ever eaten.
David, you lie. Why don't you be a fine, strong character for once and admit you've been wrong about this inn?
I'll admit nothing of the
He
kind.
admits nothing of the kind.
Are you watching the time, David?
Have I ever let you two be late?
Oh, but.
Why is it a man thinks it's virile to always be just on time?
Because men are the adventurous sex.
Do you suppose you could feel adventurous enough to think about our starting back to town?
Yep. Here's the check. Got any change, Claudia?
Yep. How much do you need?
You got 50 cents?
Mm-hmm. And that's another difference between men and women.
What?
When a woman asks for change, it's either a nickel or a dime. With men, it's never less than half a dollar. I suppose that's their adventurous streak again.
Children, if you're going to settle all the differences between men and women, we'll never get started.
All right. Ready, you two?
Mama, are we ready?
David, I've been ready for a long, long time.
Hope you folks had a nice dinner. Come back again sometime.
Not if we're conscious. Really, David, that place is like a bad dream.
Nightmare is the word, Mrs. Brown. Oh, isn't the car a welcome sight, though?
Yes, I'm going to lie back in its beautiful red leather seat and think about my nice little kitchenette apartment all the way home.
I'll sit in the middle. You got enough room, Mama?
Plenty. I can even move over.
No, I'm fine. Have you got enough room, David? Say, you look mad. What's the matter?
I am mad. Wait until I tell that garage a thing or two.
What'd they do?
It's not what they did, it's what they didn't do. I left express orders that they're never to send the car over without checking gas, oil, water, and air.
Oh.
Oh, what?
They didn't send it over. I mean, they were supposed to, but I called up this morning the way you asked me to.
Yes?
Don't say yes like that. You make me nervous.
Guilty conscience. Come on now, come clean.
There's nothing to come clean about. I acted very intelligently and used my head.
How?
Well, at 2:45 they hadn't sent it, and I knew you had to meet the contractor at Redbury at 4:30, so I phoned the garage.
Mm-hmm.
And the man said they didn't have a soul there to deliver the car. They were short-handed on account of something or other. So if I wanted the car, I'd have to call for it.
Well, why didn't you phone me to pick it up?
I did. You left. Anyway, I didn't mind doing it.
In fact, you enjoyed it.
I loved it.
Did it occur to you when you were using what you so fondly call your head that you have not got a driver's license?
Don't be silly. I passed my test, didn't I?
It's not the same thing. You are not permitted to drive unless you get a license.
You're absolutely right, David. I shudder to think what might have happened.
The garage is only around the corner. I was there and back in 2 seconds.
Where was the car when you went to the garage?
Standing right on the floor as big as life. All I did was hop in, back out, and drive off. Didn't even scratch a pin.
Just a moment. Before you hopped back and drove off, did you think to fill the gas tank?
With what?
With gas, of course.
Of course not. Why should I?
Because it's only a myth that a car runs on its reputation. See that little pointer?
Oh, is that what that's for? To tell how much gas you have?
That is what it's for.
I think it's remarkable.
You think it is... The remarkable thing is that we got here. The tank is empty.
Maybe it isn't right. Maybe it's got a lot in it and it just isn't saying so.
It's a fundamental of gasoline gauges that sometimes they're empty when they say they're full. But they're never full when they say empty.
Well, what are we going to do?
We're going to get some gas, idiot.
seems to me it was rather careless of you, David, to let it go down empty like this.
I took for granted that the garage man filled it up the way I told him to.
Well, you should have looked at the little pointer you just pointed out to me.
I'm not excusing myself. Now. Hey, mister. Mister, where's the nearest gas pump?
Right over there by the driveway.
The motor stopped.
Yes, darling, the motor stopped. A gas tank isn't like a well. It doesn't fill up when you let it stand.
David, is downhill to the pump. Why don't we just coast?
That's brilliant, Mrs. Brown. I guess I just have to get used to the idea that you're the only practical member of your family of two.
It's rolling, David. It'll roll right up to the pump. That's very obliging of it.
No thanks to you. You just play in luck.
You folks out of gas?
Bone dry. Lucky we could roll up to the pump.
Well, you might call it lucky.
I do. Will you fill up the tank for me, please?
Say, how much she hold?
18 gallons.
Oh, it's right big tank. You got far to go?
Yes, we have to get back to New York, and we're late now.
All the way back to New York?
All the way back to New York, and we're in a hurry.
Oh, wish I could help you, friend, but I can't.
Huh? What's the matter? Is your pump dry?
This here pump's been dry for over a year. Just keep it there for show. Cheaper to keep it there, as a matter of fact, and take it down. Labor being what it is today.
Maybe he has some loose gas.
My wife wants to know if you have any loose gas.
Well, no.
Isn't there a train we can get?
Oh, sure there is. Trains run every hour. Nearest train is Danbury.
Now, how far is Danbury?
24 miles.
Oh, dear. How about a bus?
Nearest bus is Woodbury.
And Woodbury is
23 miles.
23 miles.
But when you have to go somewhere from here, how do you go?
Well, in a way of speaking, very few folks here about go places, but when we do go, we drive.
Any taxi service within a reasonable distance?
Well, no, of course I could take you to a gas station in the car. You could pick up a 5-gallon can.
Well, certainly. That's what I had in mind.
Well, the only trouble is my son took the car over to the hospital with his wife. They're married, going to have a baby at the Bridgeport Hospital. I don't expect him back much before midnight. And there's no telling, can't count on these things to the minute, you know.
No, you certainly can't. We might be sitting here until tomorrow.
I was coming to that. No need of setting. We have mighty nice sleeping accommodations at the hotel.
Oh, you were just coming to that.
But we haven't anything to sleep in.
My wife and I could lend you some things. We've got right good hair mattresses.
Hair mattresses. I know what that means.
Now, look here. Can't you two girls be sports? Can't you grin and bear it?
You grin and I'll bear it. I hate to think of what the bedrooms are going to be like.
Yes, friends. My wife says she has some extra nightgowns for you ladies, and I got a flannel nightshirt for the gentlemen.
A nightshirt?
That ought to satisfy the adventurous streak in you, David.
Oh, I look pretty in a nightshirt.
Pretty funny. Oh, David, look, there's the moon, as round and full as can be.
Ah, the lovely moon we were going to drive back into town in the light of.
I bet it ran out of gas, too, and had to spend the night in the country.
But not in a flannel nightshirt.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Here's a tip for you people who drive a car. Take it easy. And here's a surefire system. At more and more service stations, you'll see those familiar Coca-Cola coolers. When you stop for gas, oil, or a tire check, have a delicious ice-cold bottle of Coke. It helps you relax, and presto, you drive refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes. Ironized Yeast presents
Lights Out, everybody. It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. In these days, the jungles are full of the whine of machine gun bullets and the chatter of monkey men with 25 caliber automatic rifles. There was a time, though, when the sound in the jungle was that of insects and the raucous call of jungle birds. Men went into the tropical forest for high adventures or to make money. It's of these times that our story is tonight. But first, Frank Martin.
Today, any number of Americans who seem to have everything they need may be underweight and jittery, under par and frequently tired. And in many cases, this is due to a deficiency. Yes, a deficiency of vitamin B1 and iron. Yet pleasant little ironized yeast tablets give you both these substances when you need more of them. So many folks who did now thank ironized yeast and its two-way help for glorious new pep and strength and pounds. So remember that name, friends, ironized yeast tablets. And now,
Lights Out, everybody.
the jungles of the upper Amazon.
Dixie! Hey, Dixie!
You don't have to shout. I hear you.
Hey, Dixie, look. Hey, look at this. Look at this one. Look at it, I tell you.
Another butterfly.
Yeah, look at these wings. Look at them.
Better if it had wings big as an airplane to take us out of this hellhole.
I bet I'll get 10 francs for this one.
If we get out of the jungle alive.
Oh, I'll get out.
Aye. You mean we? You wouldn't leave me here?
Don't worry, Dixie. You get in this with me and you'll get out of it with me. It's good to sit down.
Until the ants begin to eat you.
Oh, cut it out, will you? Can't you do anything but sing the blues?
I suppose I should be happy. Should sing a song because the sun is burning me up, because the insects bite me, because I'm here in this devil's hole, half the world away from my home.
Cut it out. Think I like it any better than you do? It's our only chance, see? Catching these bugs is our only chance to get the dough and get out of here.
But the sun...
You think the sun's any colder working on the mines? You think the sun's any colder sitting out there on the beach tearing your heart out every time you see a boat heading back? Tell you, Dixie, the jungle's the only chance we have to get out of here, and by the devil, I'm taking it.
Yeah, you're right. I know it's as you say. Our only chance.
Sure it is. Now snap out of it. Another couple of days like this one, and we'll have caught enough of these bugs to head back to the coast.
But will we get through?
Listen, Dixie, when I say I'm getting out of here, I'm getting out.
But the natives say...
Cut it out, I tell you. Nothing's going to stop me.
But if we do get out, how do we know that Mr. Renap will buy the butterflies?
Listen, he said he would, didn't he?
Oh, what a man says.
Yeah? Well, why shouldn't he buy them? Gives us a franc apiece and then sells them all over the world for plenty of dough.
But who would waste money on such things?
Don't you know nothing? Schools, museums. They pay plenty of dough for these jungle butterflies.
But why should anybody...
Oh, forget it, I tell you. Yeah, hot enough without you shooting your mouth up all over the time? Now lay still, I tell you, and forget it.
All right. I'll forget it. Joe, I seen you laugh to yourself. Why do you laugh?
I was just thinking.
What?
I was thinking what you said before about a butterfly with wings like an airplane.
Yeah?
Funny, ain't it? Two big guys like you and me. Guys that shot the works from arson and murder. Both of us depended on what? To get us out of the jungle and back to where we came from. Handful of blue and red and purple butterflies.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Funny, ain't it? If anybody told me a couple of years ago that I'd be chasing bugs, I'd have slugged them. The bugs are all the chance I got now.
That's right.
You know, it's a funny thing. When I was a kid, I used to chase butterflies, too. Dinky little white ones, all around the empty lot and back of the... What's the matter with you, Dixie? What are you staring at?
You didn't see it?
You see what? What is there to see but a... Natives?
No.
Then what? Then what?
From behind that tree. He looked out at me.
He? What are you talking about? Who looked out at you?
A spider. And I think it was as large as a dog. Joe. Not sleeping.
No.
I can't sleep either.
Oh, it's so hot. Gee, it used to get nice and cool about this time of night where I used to live.
Joe.
What's the matter?
Did I see it?
You starting that again?
But I must have seen it. I must have seen it. It was all so clear.
Look, I tell you, it was nothing but a monkey hanging there. Spider.
But I saw...
Go on, the heat's frying your brains. Go on to sleep.
Yeah. Sleep. I'll try.
Okay. Blasted mosquito got it under the netting.
You get it? You get it?
No. I got it.
Another one?
A hole in the netting. That's what's the matter. I might as well get up and fix it. Blasted stuff is falling apart with mildew.
Joe!
What do you want?
Don't go too close to the edge of that clearing.
What are you talking about? I'm just going to fix the netting so that...
Joe, what? Joe, what is it? Joe!
Okay.
Yeah, but you screamed.
Yeah.
Well?
I saw it, too. It was sitting at the edge of the clearing in the moonlight. Yeah. Spider as big as a dog. Tighter. Pull the line tighter. Yeah, that does it. Okay, come on out of the tree now.
All right.
Now watch yourself. Don't shake that tree too much. That trapdoor's set on a hair trigger.
There. Now it's done.
Yeah. That cage ain't strong enough to hold it. You can run a knife through me.
But what if it doesn't come here again?
It was here by the tree the last 2 nights, wasn't it?
Yeah, but what...
So it'll do it again. Only this time it's going to stay by the tree.
But what if the trap fails?
Don't start that again. I tell you, one jerk of this line from where we're sitting, the whole cage will fall right on him. Then, my friend, our troubles are all over.
I tell you, Joe, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? Getting out of here and getting someplace where we can live like men? You afraid of making money?
Money?
Listen, for a spider that big, I could get enough cash to float home with silk shirts on our back. Think of it. A spider that big. We'll clean up with it.
No, Joe, no. I say let's get away from here.
Oh, scared you, Dixie, huh? Well, it don't me. I tell you, this blasted jungle has spit out a gold mine for us.
But the trap. Are you sure of it, Joe?
Sure, I'm sure. We'll catch him. And it won't be butterflies paying our ship fare home, Dixie. It'll be the biggest spider in the world. That's all right, huh, Dixie?
But are you sure of the trap, Joe?
wind strong tonight.
Yeah.
I wonder what time it is.
Stars are gone.
Getting on morning.
Yeah.
It was always earlier before.
Trap frightened them away.
What do spiders know about traps?
You said yourself they're clever.
Don't be a fool.
But you said yourself...
Just talking, that's all.
There's a fear in me. Cold and sharp as if...
Wait.
Huh?
The edge of the clearing.
It's coming.
Stay quiet.
Joe, let him go.
Quiet or I'll kill you.
Don't pull a trap.
Quiet.
It's looking at us.
Another step and it'll be right under you. There. I got it. Oh, look at it, Dixie. Trap. And it's mine. The biggest spider in creation. I'll get all the money I need. Oh. Well, Dixie, what's the matter with you? Come on, why don't you say something?
Trapped. And it doesn't move. Just looks at us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights-out story of the spider for just a moment to look in on an American girl who might be you. The postman is calling, and she says,
bills and advertisements. Seems like I hardly ever get any other kind of mail. But what can I expect? I don't write letters either. I feel too tired and jittery and run down to do much of anything these days.
Well, now, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help build yourself up, get ironized yeast tablets.
Vitamin B1 and iron? Why are they so important?
Here's why. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat enough to keep up your normal weight and strength. And when you don't get enough iron from your meals, you may be weak and pale, frequently feel only half alive.
And ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. These easy-to-take little tablets have benefited any number of folks who suffered from these shortages. So try ironized yeast tablets if you need more vitamin B1 and iron. See if soon you aren't saying,
I feel wonderful. I've gained weight, got back my old-time pep and strength. Now I have the energy to do all the things I used to enjoy.
And now back to our lights-out story of the spider.
Joe. How many days since...
Well, say it. Since we caught the big fella? 3. Yeah, 3 days.
You haven't fed it?
You're telling me.
Why do you...
Because I'm playing it smart. Pretty soon that thing won't be caring much about anything. Then I'm going to slip at bottom of that cage and off we go.
They say such creatures can live for a long time without eating.
Not when they're that size. I figure that sitting out there in that sun all day, well, in about a week it won't care much whatever we do with it.
Joe?
Yeah?
How could such a creature be?
What do you mean, how could it be? You're looking at it, ain't you?
But such a spider.
It's there, that's all that means anything to me.
But such a giant creature.
That's it. It's a giant, ain't it? Well, you've seen giant human beings in circuses, haven't you? Well, they just happen, that's all. That's the way this spider happened.
So black.
Yeah. The midnight special, ain't he? Those big, hairy legs.
Once I saw an octopus.
Huh?
Devilfish.
Oh, yeah, sure. And this one looks like a dry land devilfish, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, will that make a billboard at a circus sideshow? Will we clean up?
The legs, the strength they must have.
Not when I get through with it.
Look at it, Joe. Be honest.
Huh?
Isn't there a strange fascination when you look at it closely?
What are you talking about?
Its eyes.
Well?
How they shine.
So what?
As if there was a thought behind them.
You starting that again?
All these 3 days it sits there so quietly. Its eyes like burning flames, just watching.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
If it is thinking, I'm afraid of what it is thinking.
Hot ain't it, Spider? Yeah, plenty hot. Yeah, Dixie couldn't take it anymore. He's off looking for a cool spot. But me, I didn't want to leave you alone, Spider. I didn't want to leave my meal ticket. You're going to be a big-time attraction on the boardwalk in some big-time circus, Spider. Yeah. Yeah, you're a screwy-looking thing, Spider. They won't believe you till they see it. The fella's going to cost them plenty before they do see it. Hey, Spider. Why don't you move? Spider. You're not dead. Get a stick. Spider. Bless you, you're not dead. You can't be dead. It's been only a week since... You can't be dead. You're my chance. You can't be dead. Curled up with your legs over you. Bless you, move. Reach in and see. Let go. Let go of me. You blasted devil. You fooled me. Let go. Let go of my arm. Get away. Let go. Dixie. Dixie. The spider. Come on, Dixie.
Joe, where are you? Joe? All the sounds suddenly so quiet. Joe? Where's the man? He said he'd be here. He said... Buddy, what? Dried up. What? Joe! Joe, come quickly. I found a body. Joe, come quickly. Must see who? Joe. Joe, it's you. Joe, how did this... What? The spider. But how? Gone. Gone from the cage. And what he did to you, Joe. Might come back while I was staying here. Might come back. Gotta get out. Yeah, get things together. Butterflies, take boxes and get out before... Something moved behind that tree. No, won't get me. Won't get me. Won't get me. Oh. Oh. My foot twisted. Must have broken my... No. Gotta get away. Crawl. Gotta get away. Gotta get away. Gotta get away. Oh, my leg. Crawling. How far have I crawled? All day. So dark. Never get me now, that devil thing. I did get away. Crawled miles. I did get away. Clearing. Someone to help me. Crawled to the house. Someone to help me. So dark. Oh. Tired. No strength to call out. Crawl and find someone to help me. And I'll be free. Free. Got something. What? A body. Who? Joe. Joe, you, but how? What? Back in the camp. I'm back in the camp. Crawled all night in a circle back in the camp. No. Get out. Get out before... Oh, my leg. No, can't crawl anymore. That sound. What? It's behind me, waiting to jump on my back. No, don't! Nothing. Isn't there? If I could only crawl again, if I could only get away before... The moon coming up bright. Now I'll see what... Not here. Only you, Joe. Empty flesh over there in the moonlight. Blast you to the devil, Joe. You brought me here. It's right that you die, but that spider won't get me, not me. It's gone now. My leg will get better. I will get away. Yes, I will. Spider, come back. Oh, no. No closer. No closer. No. Going back. Well, what? On Joe. Crawling over him. But Joe is dead. What is the spider going to... Spinning a web over him. Turning him around and around like a fly. Covering him with that thick silk. Spinning a web of silk over Joe. Sleep? Sun. Morning, it is morning. I'm alive. Someone coming. Get a Hyde. Who? So heavy a wolf it can't be that devil spider. It must be one of the savages there. Help me. See who? Joe. It is Joe alive. Joe, I'm here. Joe, I'm here. Wait for me. Joe, why do you stand there? I must have had a dream. All that happened, yes, a dream. Last night was such a funny nightmare to tell you. Joe, why do you just stand there? Why do you just look at me? Your eyes, the sun shines in them, they hurt me. Don't look at me like that, Joe. Your eyes so dark, so big. I say closer, my friend, come closer. I have such a happy thing to tell you. Closer. I hear you. I like what your eyes are singing to me, Joe. Yes, I come closer. You keep telling me that happy thing. Yeah. I'm close to you now, Joe. Tell me what your eyes... Your hand. Why do you grab my arm? Your other hand, my other arm. Why do your fingers hold my arm so tight they hurt me? Another arm on my shoulder. Joe, another arm holding my neck. Joe, so many arms, how can it be? Joe, it is you. I see your face, but your eyes bigger and bigger. Sun so strong in my head, burning my head inside. Is that why I see such crazy things, Joe? Joe, why don't you say something? Your eyes bigger and bigger, burning into my head. Now your face is changing. Joe, it is you. Then why doesn't your face... Joe, that sound, your face, your arms... Spider... You are the spider. The spider. Your eyes fooled me, didn't they? Made me think I was seeing Joe, but all the time it was you, Mr. Spider. They're wonderful eyes you have, Mr. Spider. I'm not afraid anymore. Isn't that a joke? Your black arms pull me close. I see the poison dripping from your fangs, but I'm not afraid.
It's very funny. When the worst thing really happens, you're not afraid. I'm not afraid. Your fangs. Closer. Closer. I'm not afraid. Right deep. Right deep.
Now, Mr. Oboler, what's the moral of tonight's story? Stay away from spiders?
Yes, especially from black widows. No, Frank, our story tonight was just in fun, which reminds me of vacations, of which few of us are going to have any this year. And speaking of vacations, I'd like to tell you about a very amazing vacation I once had, visiting haunted houses. But that after you've had your say.
Why go on suffering from vitamin B1 and iron shortage if that's what's keeping you underweight and on edge and frequently feeling all in? Ironized yeast gives you both vital substances. They've been of help to any number of folks with these deficiencies. Of course, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, by all means consult a physician. But if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, remember, pleasant little ironized yeast tablets are sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what's this about a vacation in a haunted house, Mr. Oboler?
Houses, Frank. And after that vacation, I was badly in need of something our government wants from us very much these days. Nurses. Now, here's some facts, and please listen because they concern each of you. Unless the nurse power of the entire nation is reinforced by the enrollment of 65,000 students in schools of nursing for 1943, all of us face a real threat to civilian health. Therefore, beginning immediately and continuing through the spring and summer months, nursing must be considered America's #1 woman power shortage. I'd like to say some words that the government said. 65,000 young women must dedicate their lives so that others might live. Now about haunted houses. Well, I visited all the legendary haunts up in New England, but, well, I went through the moss-covered old piles and creaky-floored structures and weather-beaten homes and all the places where the souls of the unhappy departed are supposed to walk through the night.
What happened?
I caught a violent cold and met a little old lady.
Oh, who's she?
Well, you'll meet her next week in a play titled Little Old Lady. And to all of you, a very, very cordial invitation to an amazing little old lady next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Little Old Lady. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Shoe white, shoe bright. Whitest shoes I've seen tonight. You can say that about your white shoes this spring. Just clean them with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. Energine Shoe White spreads easily, dries evenly. So, keep your white shoes in good wearing condition. Keep them looking right with Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. Feeling the chill of these winter's evenings? Wait until you've been with us a little while. You'll freeze with fear.
Get 3/5s. Get the taste. 3/5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3/5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3/5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3/5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3/5s. Get the taste.
Caretaker and the ashen-faced, trembling young man make an odd pair as they stand by an open grave under the pale moon. In the grave itself is a coffin. The lid has been prized open, and inside the corpse of a middle-aged man. The caretaker warns,
"Oh, I've heard about blokes like you. Read about grave robbers. But never thought I'd come across one. Here, I've sent for the cops, young man. Don't you try any rough stuff. I'm a match for you any day."
But you don't understand.
Hey?
I tried to save his life, and now it's too late.
Hey, don't you give me that. This fellow was given a decent Christian burial. You desecrated...
Desecrated, you say? Isn't it desecration to bury a man while he's still alive?
Yeah, what you talking about? You don't think people go around being buried alive these days, do you? I don't know what to make of you. I watched you this afternoon. I thought you looked a bit peculiar. Wondering what you was doing at a pauper's burial.
You shouldn't have had a pauper's burial. You shouldn't have been buried at all. I could have saved you.
You'd better think up a good story. Something told me that you was up to no good. No, don't you try no rough stuff. I've already warned you. I watched you. The police are on their way. Breaking open a coffin like that. Yes, I knew you was up to something, but I never thought...
It's because I let him get buried alive, and I was ashamed. Let him get buried alive for a measly £50. Now he's dead.
Hey, you come out of a loony bin or something? Now that I've had a better look at you, you don't look like no grave robber.
I'm not... Listen.
What's he to you, this fellow we buried today, eh?
Nothing. Except I'm responsible for his death. I touched him. He's cold. Cold as
death. He's only been in the ground a few hours. They don't stay cold like that. Sometimes we get an exhumation order. We have to dig him up, see. You'll be surprised how warm they get.
He is dead, isn't he? I mean, I brought this piece of mirror with me. There's no breath. Look.
I don't have to look. He's been in the municipal morgue for 2 days. He's given a pauper's burial. Now then, what's it all about, young man? I want to go home. He was dead all right when they buried him.
But not when the ambulance took him to the morgue. You see, I know.
You know? Oh, is he a relative of yours?
I never knew he existed until 2 days ago. I've been tramping the streets looking for work. I didn't want to go home. If you could call that one-room bedsitter Lil and I occupy a home. It was still ringing in my ears, the things she shouted at me as I left her.
I've come to the end of my tether. I've pawned everything. Look, even the wedding ring you slipped on my finger in the church. What did he say? And all thy worldly goods. Huh. That's a laugh. You were going to share all your worldly goods, were you? Well, if you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out on you, and I'll go and live with my sister. At least I'll get some warmth and 3 square meals a day.
Oh, don't say that, Lil. Was it my fault that I fell sick? That I'm not allowed to work in the factory anymore? I've tried, Lil, I really have. Everywhere I go, they look at me and say, no vacancies.
Not my fault either. I'll warn you, Joe Harris. I can't take much more of this.
I know, honey, I know. I'll get something today. Really, I will. I promise. It was a promise I couldn't keep. Pounding the pavement, watching the dislike and fear in the eyes of the well-fed as they said, no, thank you. Fear that one day they might become like me. And then I saw them. I was cutting through Duke's Lane. Nothing on either side except a huge brick wall. He was a short, fat little man. Our steps were loud and a quiet thoroughfare. What are you stopping for? Does he think I'm a caution? That I'm a gangster or something? I suppose I look like something that crawled out of a piece of cheese. Well, I'll be... Hey, Governor, you all right? It can't be. He's gone mad. Don't seem to be any breathing. I wonder who he is. Let's see. He must have something in his pocket. Wally. Blimey. All his money must be 50 quid here at least. Poor swine. What good is his money now? I better call a cop.
If you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out.
There's nothing anybody can do for this poor swine. I'll find him soon enough. What does the guy do in a case like this? Beat it, you fool. Beat it with the first decent money you've had in months. Somebody will find him. Run. Lil.
Joe, you've got some money.
That's right, Lil. 2 £5 notes, 31 £1 notes, and the rest in 10 bob notes.
Oh.
It all adds up very nicely. 50 quid in all.
Oh, Joe, honey. Hi. How did you get this money? You didn't go and do anything silly, did you?
Such as what? Rob a bank? I wouldn't know how to start.
But how did you get it?
You'll never believe it. Remember I told you that when I was in the sanatorium, there was a fellow there with the same lung trouble named Ted Brown?
Yes.
Well, I lent him a quid.
You lent him a quid?
Well, I was still drawing my wages, wasn't I? We didn't know that the doctor wouldn't let me go back to the factory. Wasn't so bad then.
All right, but what about this Ted Brown?
Well, I'll meet him in the street, see? Says he's been looking for me everywhere. Wanted to repay me the quid.
Go on.
Well, we goes into a pub to have a drink. There was a bookie there, and Ted said he had a hot tip for the double. It won, Lil. 50 smackers.
Oh, Joe. 50 smackers. Oh, I love you.
Lil went to get some groceries and a couple of bottles of beer. I sat on the bed and had a further look at the wallet. Having taken the money out, I thought it would be empty. There were 2 pockets, both with plastic windows. The first held a card which said, Harold Maxted, 26 Fairley Street, Hornsey. And then I looked at the second plastic window. There were strange words printed on a white card. It said, I'm not dead. I'm subject to a form of cataleptic illness which may appear to cause death. If I'm found, notify Dr. Alfred Miller, Hornsey, 6641. No, it can't be. Not dead. Cataleptic. What have I done? What have I done? They'll think he's... Oh, no. Telephone. I must telephone. But Lil, she'll wonder where I've gone. I've given her all my money.
Here, darling. Oh, take a look at this. Here, take these bottles from me, will you? Joe? What is it?
What time is it, darling?
I don't know. The pub was just opening, just after 6, I should say. Why?
Give me 10 bob. Do you get any change? I need some silver. I have to telephone. I won't be long, love.
What is it?
Well, I've just got to telephone someone.
You're not going gambling, are you? You haven't got the bug. You're not betting on tomorrow's races or anything like that, are you, Joe? Do all those bills to be paid.
I know, love, I know. No, I'm not gambling, but I need it, please. I'll be back in a little while. It's just that... Please, Lil.
All right. Here you are. Joe?
It's all right, love. Would I be too late with a phone call? Would they bury this poor guy Maxted, not knowing he was a cataleptic, thinking he was dead? This would be the number of the doctor's consulting room or his private house. Can I speak to Dr. Miller, please?
Dr. Miller's gone abroad. He's been away for the last 6 weeks.
Abroad? Oh, no. Have you taken over his practice, sir?
No, I'm not a medical man. But if you're in need of a doctor, there must be plenty.
Oh, no, isn't that... You don't know which hospital Dr. Miller was at?
I'm afraid I can't help you. I must go. My wife's shouting. The dinner's on the table.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And then another thought seared my brain. A hole in the ground. A long wooden box and a man being buried. Being buried alive. And a shovel. Heaping earth on the wooden boards. Maxted. There must be a Maxted in a telephone directory. There was 14 Maxteds. Everyone alive and bad-tempered.
No, I have no relatives who suffer from a cataleptic illness. There are plenty of other Maxteds in the book. Try them.
I have. You're Mr. Zachariah Maxted. You're the last on the list.
Well, I can't help you.
What now? Do I go along to the police and say, look, I stole a man's wallet. Somebody might be shoveling him in 6 foot of earth. What do I do? I decided to sleep on it. Sleep? That's a laugh. Oh, that's buried alive. Love you, Lil. Love you. Please. Pinching white.
They're putting me in a wooden box. And it's your fault, Joe Harris. I'm struggling for breath. They're going to bury me. Bury me deep. But not deep enough, Joe. Get me out of this or I'll make you suffer here on earth and in the beyond.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
Joe Harris had better do something about it pretty soon. Otherwise, the poor, unfortunate cataleptic gentleman will be stiff with cold. But let us see what he does do.
I didn't know what to do. It was less than 6 hours since I saw that chap Paul. Maybe he's still there. Maybe if I go back to Duke's Lane, he'll still be lying there.
Joe?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to wake you up.
It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?
I won't be long.
No, Joe, you're not going anywhere. I thought you'd been acting strange. Oh, Joe, I know I've nagged you and threatened you, but it was only because you were getting so down, so beaten. I love you, Joe. I don't want you to be doing anything that will put you in prison.
It isn't that at all.
Well, what is it?
All right, Lou, I'll tell you. And then you'll see why I have to go. And so I told her. Told her the whole story of how I robbed a man I thought was dead. A corpse that had no use for the 50 quid in his wallet. So you see, I've got to find him. Or find out where they've taken him. They think he's dead, Lou.
Joe, somebody will have found him by now. He's probably lying in bed fast asleep. People who have these sort of fits soon recover.
No, they don't. After I found all the Maxters I could, I went into the Hornsby Library and I looked it up. Unless they get assistance, they can stay that way for days. Well, then they'll bury him. And you know what that makes me? A murderer. I'm letting a man die for 50 quid.
Oh, no, Joe. Why don't you phone the police station? Why don't you phone the Hornsby police station? Tell them that... Oh, no, Joe, no, you can't do that. They'll call you a thief and put you away. Look, I'm getting dressed. I'm coming with you. Where did you say it was? Duke's Lane. Joe, let's pray he's still there.
Well, that might be worse. He might have died for lack of attention. Let's pray someone saw him and took him to hospital and they realized he wasn't dead.
It's a copper.
It's a bit nippy this time of the morning, isn't it? Going off night work, are you? What?
Yeah, that's right.
There was a little commotion in Duke's Lane a few hours ago, so my friend Phyllis told me. Something happened in Duke's Lane.
Oh, yes. Just before I came on duty. The postman saw a bloke lying in the lane here, dropped dead.
Dead?
They sure he's dead?
So the police surgeon said. Why? Know anything about it?
No, we don't know anything about it. It was just that... Well, we wondered if it was anybody we knew, that's all.
Oh. Well, I believe they've identified him all right. If you nip round to the station, they may be able to tell you.
Oh, I don't think it's anybody we know. Oh, come on, lad. It's too cold to stand here chatting. Let's go off to bed.
You two married? Yes. You should have been in bed ages ago. Good night. Or rather, good morning.
Let's go to the police station.
No, Joe, no. You have to explain about the wallet. Besides, this policeman doesn't really know. Please come home.
But, Lil...
It's no good, Joe. We're going home. Come on. Some more coffee, Joe?
No, thanks. Look, it's no good. We've got to go to the police. We're committing murder. It's 2 days now. I didn't sleep a wink all night last night. Kept having nightmares. Hearing Maxted's voice pounding in my brain. Pounding my brain. Telling me to save him before it's too late.
You're the only one that can save me, Alice. They're burying me this afternoon. They're putting me in a coffin and they're going to cover me with earth. If you allow this to happen to me, you're a murderer, Joe Alice. A murderer, do you hear? You'll be punished. Punished. Punished.
He kept saying I'd be punished.
As you said yourself, it's only a nightmare. All right, don't you go. I will. I'll say that I know... What was his name?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
I'll say I know him and he's a cataleptic. That's it. I'll go there right away. Excuse me?
Hello. Aren't you the young lady I saw down Duke's Lane the other night?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You know we were talking about someone who dropped dead that afternoon. Well, were you able to identify him?
Yes, we were able to identify him all right. Why?
He's a cataleptic. He's not really dead, you know.
Oh, don't be funny. Got the card here. They're burying him this afternoon. He's in the Hornsey mortuary. Cardiac failure. This is the release for the body for him to be buried, signed by the police surgeon, Dr. Herbert Spencer. He may have been a cataleptic, I don't know about that, but he died of heart failure. Being buried in a pauper's grave at Hornsey Cemetery, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Didn't die of heart failure, indeed. Not dead.
Oh, well, maybe I'm being a bit silly. Thank you, Constable. Good night. Sure, he said the death certificate was signed by the police surgeon.
Oh, what did that copper know about cataleptics? Had the doctor known he was a cataleptic? I'm going to stop the burial.
You can't, Joe. You can't. Once you tell the police about that wallet... Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know. Get drunk. I don't know anything anymore. Even my glass of beer went sour in my mouth. I bought it with blood money. The blood of Harold Mexted. I left the pub and walked. So they were burying him in a pauper's grave, were they? I didn't ask my feet to move towards the cemetery. It seemed as though they didn't belong to me. They were burying him as I got there. The minister, the grave digger, and an old man. Obviously the caretaker, plus a police sergeant. I wanted to shout, Don't put him in that grave. He's not a corpse, he's alive. Couldn't. Those 3 stripes on a copper sleeve seemed to represent a number of years I might get for stealing and for withholding information. I ran from the cemetery as though I were running from the vengeance of Maxted himself.
Hello, Joe.
They buried him, Miller. I saw them do it. A cheap wooden coffin. Or maybe it's a good thing the coffin was a cheap one. Maybe the death watch beetle got it in. Maybe there are holes in it. Maybe the poor swine will be able to breathe. 50 measly nicker. 50 rotten pounds, and I've turned myself into a murderer. But you, Lila, they'll nab you too. They'll say you were part of the conspiracy. What have I done to you? What have I done to us?
Nothing, Joe. All right, so you pinched his wallet when we were both starving. No one can have you up for murder.
Well, it's beside the point now, isn't it, Lil? He's down there struggling for breath, isn't he? He won't be struggling for long. I don't know anything about cataleptics, but you can't be nailed inside a coffin underneath 6 foot of earth for long. Look out the window, Lil. It's got dark already.
It's winter, Joe.
I know the grave, Lil. I'm going back.
But Joe...
You're not going to stop me, Lil. I'm going back and I'm going to get him out of that grave. Please, Lil, I've got to.
All right, Joe. I'll come with you.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear that. I've got to do this on my own.
Suppose he's too heavy for you. You're not strong, Joe.
It's a pauper's grave, Lil. They didn't take much trouble with him.
But why a pauper? There's all that money in his wallet.
That makes it worse, doesn't it? Maybe they couldn't raise his relatives. What with his doctor gone away and everything. Here, Lil, get me that hammer out of the drawer. It's got that thing at the end for taking nails out, and that piece of mirror.
All right. Here. Hope you're right. But you know what you're doing.
It's the only way, Lil. The only way. So here I am, and it's too late. He's dead, all right.
Blimey, young man, I wouldn't be in your shoes, not for nothing. Hey, just a minute. What did you say this bloke's name is?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
Oh, no, it's not. What? This bloke's name is Sidney Fraser. Are you sure it's the same bloke?
Positive. No, it's the same bloke. His accusing face follows me around, sleeping and waking.
Oh, you young man, yeah. Come and have a look with me. We don't give them much of a tombstone, these paupers. There you are. Sidney Fraser. Born February the 6th, 1920. Died December 4th, 1967.
Well, I've told you everything. They've given him the wrong name.
You better tell that to the police constable. Oh, I'm sorry about this, young man. I warned you. I thought I was too old to tackle you on my own. When you started opening that grave, I ran to the cemetery office and phoned the police.
Oh, well, it's almost a relief in a way.
Well, hello. What's going on here? Oh, it's you again. Your missus was in the police station this morning with some nonsense about... digging up a grave, are you? There's something fishy going on. When I told my sergeant that your wife came in and said we were burying someone who was a cataleptic and not dead, he nearly strangled me. So I should have taken full particulars. So I ought to charge you both with causing a public nuisance. This fella, Sidney Fraser, has had our trouble for years. Huh? Sometimes an ordinary hospital had the pleasure of his company. More often than not, it was a prison hospital. Our police sergeant warned him that he hadn't got long to live. And your wife comes in with a cock-a-bull story about burying him alive. As if we didn't know him. Sidney Fraser. In his day, he was the finest pickpocket in Hornsey.
Pickpocket?
Why, only the other day we had a complaint from Mr. Maxted that someone had stolen his wallet. Bloke jostled him at a bus stop and then started running. From his description, we knew it was Sid.
He pickmarked his pocket. He wasn't a cataleptic. He was a pickpocket.
Yeah. You better pull yourself together. What are you doing here, and why is this grave open?
Oh, that's all right, Constable. Our young friend here got a bit mixed up. I opened the grave to show him he was mistaken.
Then why did you ring the police saying there was a suspicious character lurking in the cemetery?
Well, seems I was mistaken, that's all, Constable. In fact, we were both mistaken. Weren't we, young man? Hey. Pickpocket. Cataleptic.
Somebody should have told Joe Harris that lifting wallets from cataleptic gentlemen is a most grave offense. In fact, it is likely to incur a most stiff penalty.
Get 3 Fives. Get the taste. 3 Fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 Fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 Fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 Fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 Fives. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 Fives Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present
The Creaking Door.
KERA-FM Dallas, North Texas' only listener-supported radio station. If this is your kind of station, become a member of KERA-FM. Membership start at $15 a year. Give us a call anywhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at 263-KERA and join up. That's 263-KERA.
Good evening. Welcome to Playhouse 90. Tonight on Playhouse 90 Old Time Radio, The Whistler. This evening's episode is A Case for Mr. Carrington.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, transcribed, it's The Whistler's strange story, A Case for Mr. Carrington.
As usual on Saturday afternoons, the veranda of the Myrtle Bank Hotel, Jamaica, was a gathering point for men in white linen suits whose only talk was of sugar 24 hours a day. But Gordon Stone, for once, wasn't thinking of sugar. The girl was too charming. The cool, wind-blown American beauty of her too irresistible. He was admitting it to himself now. This wasn't just a passing thing with a summer tourist. He was in love, and he knew it.
How's the drink?
Wonderful. What is it?
Myrtle Bank punch, specialty of the house.
I'd enjoy it more under different circumstances.
Oh, stop it, Paula. You're not going to leave Jamaica. You're going to stay. We're going to be married, and everything will be...
You're wrong, Gordon. I'm sailing next week.
Now, wait a minute. That's not giving me a chance. Paula, please, stick with me just a little while longer. These things can't be done in a day.
It's been 3 months. It doesn't seem so complicated, Gordon. You own part of a sugar plantation. Sell it.
Just like that?
It would bring a lot of money.
Not enough, Paula. The interests are all split up with Wakefield, his son Wade. Only 20% is mine.
Are you asking me to wait
You're not being
until...
fair, Paula. This is no time to desert me. Why, I'm almost ready now.
What do you mean? Almost ready.
Why, to talk things over with old man Wakefield.
Beg pardon, sir?
Oh, yes?
A message for you, Inspector Carrington, waiting for you. What you have?
Inspector Carrington?
He's an old friend of Mr. Wakefield's, dear. You'd better tell the inspector that
Never mind, Gordon. I must go anyway.
All right, Paula. I'll get in touch with you.
Goodbye.
The rumble of thunder sounds overhead as you guide the car through the outskirts of town and down the road bisecting tall fields of cane on the flatland to the north. And you wonder, Gordon, if Paula knows, if she suspects there's a reason for those accidental remarks of yours, that from the moment you first saw her, Jamaica became a prison, and the tense trap feeling inside you began to build like the storm overhead, and that now, with her final decision to leave you, it's got to break. At your house on the plantation, you brace yourself a little as you walk in to meet your guest.
Hello, Inspector.
Good afternoon, Gordon.
Sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right. Hated to pull you away from that charmer of yours. But it's rather important, I think. You're meeting with Wakefield this afternoon?
Yes, in 10 minutes, as a matter of fact.
You know, of course, that the old boy's my closest friend. Went through Cambridge together and all that. I'd hate to see anything happen.
What do you mean?
Well, I'd never say this to him, Gordon, but frankly, I'm quite worried about his boy Wade. I understand the two of them have almost come to blows on this Eden proposition. Wade wants to sell his interest. His father, of course, refuses to consider it.
Well, it's a sort of chronic condition.
Oh, it's more than that. I think I know human character, Gordon. To get to the point, I'm very much afraid that boy's liable to do something violent.
You think it's that serious?
Could be, easily. Wade is capable of anything.
Such as?
Killing his father, for example.
Oh, come now, Inspector.
Oh, I've seen it before, Gordon. I know that look. He's fully capable of murder. And above all, he's got the motive. Incidentally, I see you have a copy of my book on homicide investigation.
Yes, I've had it for some time.
It's a little out of date now. I wrote it in the 30s while I was at the Yard in London. But there's one thing in it that'll be sound as long as there are human beings, Gordon. Given the motive, 9 times out of 10 you've got the murderer. Now, Wade's got the motive, and I'm afraid...
Now, don't worry, Inspector.
I want you to look out for his father, Gordon. You're with him all the time, the two of you in business together and so on. Well, you needn't say anything to him, of course, but if you suspect that boy's up to anything, I want you to get in touch with my office at once.
You see him to the door and then walk thoughtfully back into your study. Take his book on homicide investigation off the shelf. Flip the pages to a passage you've studied many times, underlined in red pencil.
If there is one essential in the investigation of a homicide, it is the element of motive. Given the motive, 9 times out of 10, you've got the murderer.
Carrington's creed, Gordon, and the key to your escape from the prison here. The open sesame to New York and Paula, and the $300,000 in proceeds from the sale of the plantation that will come to you. if old Mr. Wakefield, your partner, dies. And above all, the thing that will send his son Wade to the gallows for a crime that you committed. Your mind is made up now. There couldn't be a better time, Gordon. The storm, the inspector. It's going to happen tonight.
Yes?
Gordon,
Yes, Mr. Wakefield.
Wade is here. You better get over right away. Looks like I may need some help.
I see. Yes, sir. I'll be right over.
Now, back to The Whistler.
Turned the plantation road into a pair of muddy ruts as you slog in second gear toward Wakefield's big house on the high ground near the gate. And you're thinking now, Gordon, of the murder that will take place before the storm passes. Of a custom-built case for Mr. Carrington, with a motive so strong against young Wade Wakefield that he made a special trip to discuss it with you. You're thinking, too, of Paula and Fifth Avenue and dinner together at the Colony Club, and a life in which sugar is simply something you put in coffee. As usual, there is a violent argument in progress between father and son when you arrive.
Question, Wade. Do you understand plain English?
Of course I understand English. I was brought up on it. But I can't understand stupidity.
I've operated this plantation for 30 years without your help.
Easy now, Mr. Wakefield, easy.
Oh, Gordon.
You'd better run along, Mr. Stone. My father and I are having a private discussion.
And maybe you'd better shut up.
Who do you think you're
Did you hear what I said?
Well, you're going to say it once too often, old boy.
When that happens, let me know. Now, what is it?
Oh, the same old thing. He wants to sell his 20% to Hedden.
I thought we'd settled that.
Well, you were wrong. And now that you're both here, I might as well tell you.
Go on.
I instructed your clerk yesterday afternoon to draw up the contract. Mr. Hedden and I have already had an understanding.
What?
The deal, in short, is made.
Wait.
I'm of age, Father. It's my interest, my money, and my decision.
Get out of this house. Do you hear me? Get out.
Oh, no, really. Don't you think you're being a little...
Get out of here before I throw you out.
Well, sorry to leave the old ancestral home. Oh, if you want me, I'll be staying down at the hotel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wakefield, that this had to happen.
You'll have to excuse me, Gordon. I think I'd better lie down for a while.
Yes?
Gordon?
Yes, Paula.
I've been trying to get you for an hour. I wanted to tell you my sailing has been moved up. The boat leaves tomorrow night.
Oh.
You haven't...
Listen to me, dear. I'm going to see you tomorrow. We can discuss it all.
You haven't told me, Gordon. Are you going to sail?
I can't tell you now, Paula. I'm sorry.
So am I. Goodbye. Dear.
Paula. Paula! That's all right. You'll feel better tomorrow.
It's 3 o'clock now, Gordon. Time still to run through it once again in your mind. Time to temper your weapon. Add weight to your legendary loyalty to Mr. Wakefield. Your obvious hatred of his son. At 4, you're sitting at the bar in Wade's hotel waiting for him to appear, talking to Sid Riggs, financial editor of the Kingston Express.
Oh, so the old man threw the boy out of the house, eh? I'd no idea it would go that far.
You just don't know Wade. No sense, no perspective. Hates his father like poison. Wade is absolutely unprincipled. Go on, Stone. Say it. Hello, Wade. I didn't see you come in.
Obviously.
Not that it makes any difference. I've been waiting for you.
Wait a minute, Gordon. This is no place.
There'll never be a better place, Sid. Stay out of this.
What's eating you, Stone? If you had any sense yourself,
I'd break your neck.
Now listen, I think
listen. I want you to get out of town. Leave your father alone.
What, so the two of you can go on running the company in the same old rut, huh?
Yes. If he wants it that way.
What's your pitch, Stone? Where do you get off, and when? There's got to be more to it than loyalty to a stubborn old man who...
Another crack like that, and I'll kill you.
Oh, wait, you cut it out.
Leave him alone. If it's a fight he wants, I'll give it to him.
I'll call the police. You can't fight in my hotel. Now, come on, Wade. Outside. You feel better.
This isn't settled yet.
Stone, please, Mr. Stone, don't continue it. I can't say I blame you, but the other patrons...
I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Grayson.
All right. It's all over. There's more drinks at the bar. Come now. Perhaps if we talked in the lobby, Mr. Stone?
Of course. I'm going anyway.
I do hope you realize I understand your position in this. That young Wade...
I know, of course.
I wish he weren't staying here at all.
Look, Mr. Grayson, as long as he is, you can do me a favor.
Huh?
He upsets his father terribly. Any time you hear that he's calling or trying to see the old man, would you let me know?
Certainly.
Well, thank you. And I'm really sorry about what happened in there.
It's all right, Mr. Stone. Gives them something to talk about over their drinks. But I hope it won't happen again.
I hope it won't be necessary. Good night, Mr. Grayson.
And you know that it won't be, don't you, Gordon? Because everything is fitting into place. At 8 o'clock, you pull up in front of the house. Reach into your pocket for the copy of an old letter of agreement which you've been holding out until this very moment. You find Wakefield in his study. And as he reads the contract, you know exactly what his reaction will be.
According to this, Wade can't sell out. Oh, Gordon, my boy, you're a wizard. An absolute wizard.
Well, I thought there ought to be some out for you. It's just a matter of tracking this agreement down.
You certainly found the answer. Wade can't make a move. He's forgotten all this, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, will I enjoy telling that young...
I wouldn't be too hard on him, sir. After all...
He's got to learn. If he's ever going to be worth anything, he's got to learn.
When are you going to talk to him, sir?
Going to get him over here tonight. I'll have him here within the hour.
You know, I thought that's what you do, Mr. Wakefield.
Wouldn't you in my place?
I think so, yes, sir. But there'll be word Wade won't take this lying down. That's why I took a little liberty, sir.
Oh?
I told your servants to take the rest of the evening off. You and Wade will have the house to yourself. You can shout his head off.
Oh, Gordon, you're wonderful. I made no mistake taking you in as a partner.
The drive across the plantation to your own quarters is pleasant, isn't it, Gordon? In spite of the mounting wrath of the storm, there's a tense, expectant feeling, some nervousness, but not enough to destroy the excitement. It's going so well. If there were any doubt that Wade would come out to his father's house, it's erased. As you let yourself in and fumble across the storm-darkened room to answer your insistently ringing phone.
Hello?
Mr. Stone?
Speaking.
This is Grayson at the hotel. Mr. Stone, you asked me to call about Wade.
What about it?
His father telephoned a while ago from the place out there. Shortly after that, Wade left. I'm sure that's where he's going.
I see.
I hope there isn't anything to be alarmed about. But the way he rushed out of here and all...
You did the right thing, Grayson. I'm glad you called. I'll get right over to the other house.
I don't believe you can get there before he does, Mr. Stone.
I'll do my best, Grayson. Don't worry about it.
You hang up, smiling, knowing that your timing is almost perfect. But you'll have to hurry, Gordon. Wade can't leave that house before you arrive. You've got to murder Wakefield only a few moments after the two men argue and Wade drives off, heading back to town. Yes, you've got to go through with the one thing that can bring you and Paula together. Grinding over the rain-soaked road, you hope that you haven't already delayed too long. A few moments later, angry voices, barely discernible through the storm, tell you that the argument between Wade Wakefield and his father has reached its height. You stand, straining to listen, watching the house, wishing that the storm hadn't cut off the light. Then you draw back as the house becomes silent. You watch tensely. A moment later, a figure slips out the side door. And you hear Wade's car start up. And you know that he's walked out on his father once again, that he's heading back to town. It's simpler than you planned, isn't it, Gordon? Knowing the two of them so well makes it almost mechanical. You even know where to find Wakefield in the dark house. You swing onto the veranda, climb easily up to the bedroom window where he's certain to be lying down, exhausted from his own anger. You peer in cautiously. See him on the bed, moving restlessly. Slowly you ease the window up. Lean into the room slightly. Take careful aim at the sleeping figure of old Mr. Wakefield on the bed.
We'll be together, Paula, sooner than you think.
And now, back to The Whistler.
Well, Gordon, the case for Mr. Carrington is complete now. It's simple, isn't it? So simple that the lowliest amateur in Kingston can add up the facts. Come to the conclusion that Inspector Carrington must inevitably reach. That Wade Wakefield, furious with frustration, shot and killed his own father. As the minutes tick by, you pace the floor of the old man's study. Glance up occasionally at the door to the upstairs bedroom, the room which holds the key to all your plans. To Paula, and New York, and freedom. It's only 25 minutes since you called the inspector and described young Wade's crime, when a car pulls up and you hear footsteps on the porch.
Oh, come right in, Inspector.
You better come with me, Gordon, upstairs. I think the door's locked. Never mind, I have the key. Go. Dead, all right. Shot through the head.
Yes, it's just as I told you on the phone. I saw Wade raise the gun and...
A flash of lightning illuminates the room, and you get a good look at the body on the bed. Your knees buckle as it hits you. Of all the men in Kingston, Gordon, of all the men in the world, you've managed to kill the one man against whom, in the eyes of Inspector Carrington, you had a solid motive.
But Mr. Wakefield was... Wakefield's waiting outside in the car. They quarreled. Wade fell and struck his head. His father brought him up here before going for the doctor.
Wade. It was Wade.
Yes, it was Wade you shot. Funny, isn't it, Gordon? Only this afternoon I was telling you, give them the motive. And who had a better motive to kill young Wade than you?
The Whistler.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Back Door.
It had been a sensational trial, also a very strange one. If the men in the press room agreed on nothing else, they were unanimous in the opinion that the case of the people versus Edward Crane was the most amazing courtroom drama Hartley County had ever seen. The mere fact that now, after 51 days in court, after 16 hours of waiting for the jury to bring in the verdict, these men in the press room were still fascinated, still discussing the pros and cons. That was testimony enough.
Okay, but I tell you what, I got a feeling. Yeah, what? Edward Crane's gonna lose this case. Well, make yourself some dough. You're betting 8-5 he gets himself acquitted. I know my hunch sounds crazy, but the whole thing was crazy from the first. Edward Crane, the biggest criminal lawyer in the business, hooked on a murder charge. And on top of that, acting as his own defense. Yeah, that part don't make sense, does it? Nah, it never did. No, but that doesn't mean they'll convict him. Plenty of guys who work in the street today only because Crane pulled a rabbit out of the hat at the right time. There weren't any rabbits in this one, Ward. Funny, but it almost looked as if the guy weren't trying. As if he wanted to be convicted.
Yes, it had been a strange one. This story that was coming to its climax after 51 days in the courtroom. And although the reporters, remembering Edward Crane's past triumphs, had freely predicted surprising developments, not one of them could guess even a fraction of the truth. The truth was that on that October night, some weeks before the opening of the trial, Edward Crane had walked into his wife's attic studio with a plan that had to be tried on for size.
Good evening, Ruth.
Oh, now, don't bother me, Edward. I'm very busy.
I want to talk to you.
Now, just a minute, Edward. You know very well that my
I
studio...
said I wanted to talk to you, Ruth.
All right. What is it?
Perhaps we'd better sit down.
Perhaps we'd better not. I have a painting to finish, dear, and I see by the woebegone expression that I've come to know so well during the past few months that you're about to ask me again to consider a divorce.
Now, just a minute, Ruth.
So I'll save us both a lot of time by giving you the usual answer. No.
That's not quite all of it this time, Ruth.
Oh?
I don't believe I've made it clear why I want a divorce.
Must we go into that?
You see, I think I know that vanity of yours, Ruth, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want to see it hurt.
Go on. I'm hanging on every word.
Ruth, I'm in love with another woman.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Edward, that.
What do you mean?
If you're going to tell me about Louise Sellender, forget it.
You know about it?
Of course, darling. Don't be a little boy. How could you expect to keep a thing like that quiet in a town like this?
But I thought
Shall I give you a case history? You met her last June at the Jenkins trial. Took her out for the first time on the 8th of July to the Shadows over in Brookridge. Out of town, of course, but not quite far enough. Since then, you've been meeting her at least once a week at Leonardi's on conference nights.
How long have you known about this?
Almost as long as you have. Why?
I don't know.
Well, then, let's drop it, Now, I've been a good girl and listened to you, dear. Suppose you run downstairs to your evening paper and let me work.
Why are you doing this, Ruth?
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Louise. She's young and pretty. There's a happy life ahead of her with someone. Maybe I just don't want to see her make a mistake. And you are a mistake, Edward, a frightful mistake.
Thank you.
Nothing at all.
Ruth, do you still want to take that trip?
To Canada?
Yes.
Certainly. I've been telling you for ages how I've wanted to do some landscape.
Yes, but I didn't want you to go until I had a chance to discuss this thing with you. Now that we understand one another...
Of course. Now you'll be happy to see me leave.
Exactly.
I'll be gone for 7 or 8 months, you know?
I know. Hiding out at Renee's Lodge in Manitoba for 3 months, and then west to lose yourself in the glories of the Canadian Rockies.
You've been reading my mind.
I know you pretty well, Ruth.
Perhaps. But you know Louise as well, Edward. She's apt to change her mind. Take away the secret meetings in the glamorous restaurants, and you're just as monotonous as the next one. You know, maybe I ought to visit Louise.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
Well, it was just a thought.
When can you be ready to leave on your trip?
Tomorrow night.
All right. But there's one thing I insist on. You must tell no one that you're leaving.
What? Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Why, I'll have to cancel all my appointments. I'm addressing the Arts Center.
I'm sorry, but I have a very good reason for insisting.
Well, that's very strange. Why?
Well, I'm afraid people might misinterpret the reason for your going. They know we aren't getting along too well.
And there's your precious reputation. Very well, Edward. Now do run downstairs and let me finish my work.
Yes, Edward, you tried the plan for size, and it fits. And somehow you're relieved. Your experience as a trial lawyer has made you a master at talking of one thing and thinking of another. And at the moment you were proposing Ruth's trip to Canada, your mind was on something else. Somewhere in the huge, imposing edifice known as criminal law, big and terrifying from the front, but with back doors here and there open to escape. One back door, one loophole in particular, that will allow you to murder your wife and go free. On the night after Ruth leaves for Canada, you decide it's time to call Louise to set her mind at rest.
I can't help it, Edward. I love you so.
We simply have to be patient.
It isn't easy. You know that.
Of course. But I'm going to take care of it, Louise.
There's a way out?
Just trust me, that's all. No matter what happens.
Oh, I do trust you. But I don't understand, Edward.
Now, please, don't worry anymore, Louise. Just leave everything to me. With the prologue of The Back Door, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, a message to drivers. To get the tops in performance from your car, you naturally want the gasoline that's tops in quality. And to be sure you're getting the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. You see, mileage, yes, mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. After all, the only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage, the very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And it's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, just remember two things. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
So you've made up your mind, Edward, and murder is the only answer. A new kind of murder, of course. An ingenious, audacious variety that can't fail, because it assumes at the outset that there'll be an arrest, a trial, that the law will run its course. Yes, Edward. You know that when the time comes, that back door will be open behind you. That secret back door to freedom and a new life with the woman you love. You begin the next morning with a call to the neighborhood plumber, a curious, gossipy little man named Potter. You purposely seem nervous now, a little wild-eyed as you go to the front door a few minutes later to admit him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Potter. Right this way.
You say you smell gas, huh?
Just noticed it this morning.
Where we going?
Well, the kitchen.
No. Better take a look at the basement first.
The basement?
Well, sure. Why not?
No, not the basement. I think it's in the kitchen.
Oh, well, okay. We'll check it after I look at the pipes downstairs.
I tell you,
What's happened to you, anyway?
Nothing. It's nothing at all.
You look so pale. You're all covered with ashes.
Oh, I was down at the furnace, burning some old rubbish.
Looks like you were inside it.
I needed a little cleaning.
How come? Your wife just had me cleaned a week ago. Oh, say, by the way, Mr. Crane, where is the missus?
Oh, well, Mrs. Crane is off on a long trip. She left the other night.
Oh. Well, are we going downstairs now?
No, I'd rather not.
Might be dangerous, Mr. Crane.
I said we're not going into the cellar. Is that clear?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Come on. I'll look at the kitchen stove.
Hello?
Louise?
Oh, Edward.
I'm sorry I didn't see you yesterday, darling. I'd like to make it up to you tonight.
Well, really, Edward, do you think we should, the way things are? People are starting to talk. Oh, I'd give anything if we could be together forever, darling. But now I don't want to embarrass you.
Oh, that's just the point. Let them talk. I'm tired of dodging the issue, meeting you in back alleys and out-of-town restaurants. It's high time we brought it out in the open.
But, darling...
I mean it. We're not going to Brookridge tonight, Louise. We're having dinner right downtown at Pierre's. I'll pick you up at 7.
Now, listen, darling.
Now, that's all there is to it now, Louise. I insist.
All right, Edward. 7 o'clock.
Oh, what's the matter, darling?
I don't know.
You haven't touched your steak.
I guess I'm not hungry.
Is that the only reason?
Look at them, Edward. Staring at us like a flock of vultures.
Oh, no, it's your imagination.
Oh, I wish it were. I know what they're saying. It'll be all over town tomorrow.
So what? Maybe a little gossip will convince Ruth that
Edward.
Huh?
Please. I don't want to talk about Ruth. I don't want to hear her name again, ever.
Oh, I'm sorry, Louise.
So am I. Come on, now, let's go.
But, Louise...
Don't you see, darling, I can't stand this another minute. I'm sorry, Edward.
All right, Louise. Let's go.
You wish you could tell Louise how it's going to be, Edward. But you know you must be practical. There's only one time for that, after it's over. After the hue and the cry and the drama of the trial and the retreat through the back door. So you take her arm now as the two of you leave the restaurant. Note with satisfaction the smug faces, the staring eyes, the heads together over tables in the far corners of the room. You don't have to hear to know what they're saying. It's moving now, Edward. A last glance at Henry, the bartender, tells you that even he's part of it, too.
There, that's him now. Sam Potter says Crane there has a case of jitters that make New Year's morning look like a sarsaparilla hangover. Oh? Well, maybe there's another reason. Look, Crane had been down in the cellar fussing with the furnace. Wait a minute, Bill. You mean that... Well, I don't know. Maybe his wife is away on a trip. Who knows?
Did you see them, Richard, sneaking out? They know they've attracted attention.
Huh? Oh, forget it, Myra. I've seen Crane around the city hall. He seems to be all right.
He's all right. Seems to be running around with another woman. And where's his wife? How do you know that he
Oh,
hasn't...
stop dreaming, Myra, and eat your soup.
It's building solidly, isn't it, Edward? With each passing day, you can almost feel the wall of criticism and suspicion rising around you, closing in. Almost hear the words of your accusers, like the people at the Art Center.
I can't understand Ruth Crane going away without telling us.
She promised to conduct a special lecture on landscapes.
Do you suppose that something's happened to her?
Happened? Like what?
Oh, I don't know, but she's always been so reliable, so punctual with her appointments. It makes one wonder.
Any noise bothering you, Miss Hyde?
Oh, no. I always expect that when I call the plumber. Sam, I came down to ask you about Mrs. Crane.
Oh?
I've been making a dress for her, and she was coming in for the second fitting, and I haven't heard a word.
I don't figure she'll ever be in, Mrs. Hyde.
What?
A couple of weeks ago, I was over at the Crane place. Talked to Mr. Crane.
She wasn't home?
Well, I didn't talk to her. Let's put it that way.
I don't understand you, Sam.
I had to have a look at the furnace during the call. Mr. Crane acted awful peculiar about it.
For what reason?
Well, when I tell you, you'll probably say I ought to stick to my plumbing, Mrs. Harris. But I think Mrs. Crane is in that house right now.
You do?
Only she's dead. She's buried in the cellar someplace.
Sam, you really believe that?
I certainly do.
Well, then there should be an investigation, a police investigation. Sam, I'm going to see about it right away.
Yes, Edward, the tongues are wagging all over town. But you're far from the usual frightened suspect as you learn about it. Watch the snowball begin to roll. It's exactly as you figured it, isn't it, Edward? First, the mutterings ripening into suspicion. The 2 thriving weeks of suspicion finally materializing into something more concrete.
Well, Louise, come in, darling.
Oh, Edward, it's terrible. The whole town's against us.
Against us, Louise?
For just being together, I guess, for being in love. Edward, there's a man on his way here. From the district attorney's office.
Really?
They don't believe Ruth went away.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. It doesn't matter what they think.
But what will you tell them?
The truth.
Edward.
Now, Louise, stop worrying.
Oh, Edward. Darling. Edward, did someone...
I told you not to worry. It's all right.
You'd better answer, Edward.
Yes, of course. Oh. Hello, Bennett.
Mr. Crane, this is an official call. I was sent over to have a look around.
Well, what's it all about?
I'm sorry I can't discuss it with you. Here.
Your handkerchief?
Yeah, you better use it. The lady's lipstick is all over your face.
Now, see here, Bennett. You can't come busting in
Skip
here.
it. I've got a warrant. I'd like to have a look in your cellar.
What are you talking about? There's no...
I'll decide that, Crane. Come on, let's go down there. Well, just what are these?
What? Why, they're buttons. They're from an old painter's smock.
Your wife?
Yes. You see, I cleaned up her studio just after she went away. Afterwards, I burned the rubbish in here.
Uh-huh. What about this, Crane? Is this some rubbish, too?
What? Oh, yes. That's a piece of bone.
And where did it come from?
Well, Mrs. Crane is of the realist school. She used it in the painting of still life.
You can show us that painting?
I know she didn't like it when she finished. I'm afraid it's been destroyed.
I see. This is going to be a little difficult, Mr. Crane. You probably know the talk that's been going on around town. Well, I'm afraid we can't ignore it any longer.
What kind of talk?
People around here seem pretty convinced you murdered your wife.
Why, that...
And a report from a man I've had checking on you for the past week makes me think they're right. I'm going to have to place you both under arrest.
Both?
You and Louise Sullender.
And there it is, Edward, the final official accusation. The answer to the weeks of suspicion. The gossip and the weeks that follow move even more swiftly. From the indictment by the grand jury to the return of a true bill. The clamor for a quick trial. And the one startling announcement you make. The statement that stuns your colleagues. Brings one of them hurrying to your side.
5 minutes.
Thanks.
Well, hello, Waverly.
Edward, what's it all about, this ridiculous decision to handle your own case?
Can you think of a better criminal lawyer?
But it's suicide. Look, we'd like to help you.
I'll save you some time, Waverly. My mind's made up. I'm handling the defense myself. As a matter of fact, they're letting me talk to my co-defendant, Miss Sullender, in just a few minutes. So, if you'll excuse me.
All right, Edward. Have it your way.
Edward, darling.
Louise.
Edward, it's all so horrible. They're saying I was the reason you...
What does that matter? I didn't kill Ruth. You believe that, don't you?
Of course.
Well, Louise, you're not certain, are you?
Darling, all I know is that I love you terribly.
It's going to be all right. Remember that. No matter what happens, it's going to be all right.
If it please the court, Mr. Foreman and gentlemen of the jury, the state will prove that on or about the 15th day of December of last year, the defendants, Edward Crane and Louise Sullender, with malice aforethought, did effect the brutal death of his wife, Ruth. Our witnesses will establish beyond...
That's right. I was checking the plumbing. Now, Mr. Crane acted mighty peculiar the whole time I was there. Now, that's what started...
She was supposed to come for a fitting. I never knew her to break an appointment. It wasn't like her at all.
Yes, Mrs. Crane often gave lectures for us at the Art Center. She had one scheduled for early in January. And then I heard someone say...
Objection! That's hearsay, Your Honor. Objection sustained. Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor. And my last words to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has not proved anything. It's all conjecture, hearsay, lie. Order! Order! Another outburst and I'll clear the court. Now, Mr. Crane, will you conclude as quickly as possible?
So you conclude, Edward, without pulling the rabbit out of the hat, carefully evading the one vulnerable point in the prosecution's case, the assumption that the bone fragments found in the furnace were all that remained of your wife, Ruth. Yes, Edward, their whole case rests on that assumption, and that's the way you want it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We find the defendants, Edward Crane and Louise Sullender, guilty on all counts.
Oh, no!
Bailiff, please. Will you ask the judge if I can have a few minutes with Miss Sullender in private?
All right, Crane. I'll make the request.
Oh, Edward, darling. You tried so hard to convince them.
Easy, darling. Don't worry. It's going to be all right.
But how can you...
Not here. I've asked for a few minutes together. I'll tell you in the judge's chambers. But they can't go through with it, Louise. You'll see. They can't go through with it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in the interest of public service, Signal Oil Company has asked me to bring you the words of the President of the United States on the subject of importance to every able-bodied man between the ages of 17 and 35. I quote President Truman. Today, the new National Guard gives every man an opportunity to give that personal service to his country and at the same time to advance himself. In National Guard units all over the country, thousands of veterans and other ambitious young men are finding the opportunity to study and learn the things that help them advance in their civilian jobs. They are finding the fellowship that is part and parcel of America. They are participating in a sports and recreation program that keeps them fit, and they are receiving the training that helps keep America strong. Those are the words of President Truman. I might add, there are still many opportunities for ex-servicemen to enlist in grade, which means even higher pay, for one night of training per week. Get full information by contacting your local headquarters of the National Guard. And remember, when you join the National Guard, you're benefiting not only your country, but also yourself. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Edward, you've reached it at last. The back door. The loophole in the law that will let you and Louise be together. It's over now. All the planning, the long weeks of the trial, and the guilty verdict against you and Louise. You're trembling excitedly as the bailiff comes back to tell you that it's all right, that you can have 5 minutes together alone. You can tell her now, can't you, Edward? End her fright and grief with a simple explanation of your carefully conceived plan. You turn, take her in your arms as the bailiff withdraws from the room and the door closes.
Edward.
It's all right, Louise. She isn't dead. She isn't dead at all.
What do you say?
Don't you see? They've convicted us, legally. But Ruth's alive. She's in Canada. I sent her there myself. No, wait. Let me tell you the whole thing, Louise. It's to bring us together. She said she'd never give me a divorce, and she wouldn't have. But I got her to go away. I wanted them to convict us.
I don't understand you, not at all.
Look, Ruth's in the Canadian Rockies. She went there after spending 3 months at a lodge in Manitoba run by a man named Rene. I'm going to have Rene brought here.
But, Edward,
Don't you see? He'll swear she was alive after the time we were supposed to have killed her. With testimony like that, they'll be forced to set us free. And then I'll find Ruth and really get rid of her. That's what I've been working for all the time, dear. After once releasing us, they'd never try to connect us with her disappearance again.
Edward, why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't, my dear. It had to be this way.
But it won't work. Can it?
Why, of course it can. When my witness gets here, we'll have proof.
You won't have a witness, Edward. You can't. Ruth came to see me the night she was leaving. I killed her, Edward. I killed her. So we could be together.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Virginia Gregg. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by James Erthine, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called In Memory of Bernadine. It's a long, long ride home. It's been a long, long war for me, and I've seen places I never expected to see. I'd just as soon not have seen them. But I'm going home now. At last. It won't be the kind of homecoming Bernadine and I planned. No, not at all. How are you about depending on a woman? The woman you're in love with, I mean. Are you like me? I suppose not. I imagine I'm different. I depended so much on her that I don't know how I got by without her. As a matter of fact, I suppose I didn't. I guess that's why her memory, the memory of her, I mean, is still so important to me. What did I do before I met Bernadine? You know, it's strange. The part of my life before her is all hazy and indistinct, like when I was a kid in school and we made watercolor sketches. The paper was wet and the colors all ran together, no matter how carefully you drew in a tree or a house or something. That's the way my life seems to me before Bernadine. And that's the way it is, too, since this other thing happened. All I've got now is her memory. Well, that'll last me. I wish I could see her, though. Everything would be all right. It was Latin. You know, high school Latin. I was the prize dumbhead in Latin. I remember the first semester I got a fast 20 on the exam, and Mr. Patton, we used to get a laugh out of his name. Mr. Patton, he teaches Latin. Mr. Patton said to me, "Charlie, I have enormous admiration for you as a fullback, and I predict a great career for you in college. But, Charlie," he said, "if you want to be All-American at Northwestern or wherever you're going, I advise you to avoid the studies of Latin. Because, Charlie," he said, "if you don't avoid it, they'll throw you out on your rear after about 20 minutes, no matter how far you can throw a football, and that will be sad, Charlie," he said. Well, it was good advice, certainly. But Bernadine sat next to me in the Latin class. So I stayed. Remember that thing in Cicero, I guess it is, where he's talking to Catiline, the place where he says, "How long, O Catiline, will you continue to try our patience? Quousque tandem apputare, Catilina, patientia nostra." I'll never forget that. Then Mr. Patton will never forgive me. Well, I was dreaming about something, Bernadine maybe, and he called on me, and I got up and said, "Quousque tandem apputare, Mr. Patton, patientia nostra." So I got thrown out. Isn't it funny how things start? So silly. How a little thing like that can affect your whole life. Well, I was sitting in a little drugstore on Bryn Mawr that afternoon. No sin kids came in there much, and I was feeling sorry for myself. You know how it is. The football big shot, and he makes a fool of himself. I was drinking in Walden, all alone in a booth back of the magazine rack, and somebody stopped alongside me, and I looked up. It was Bernadine.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Bernadine.
Mind if I sit down with you?
Well, I was just going to go.
I'm only going to be a minute till I drink my Coke.
Sure. Sure, sit down.
We going to win Saturday?
I don't know. Hyde Park's got a good team.
We got a good one, too.
Yeah, sure. They won't miss me.
You're going to play.
After that crack that Mr. Patton teaches Latin, I'll be lucky if I stay in school.
He isn't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, says you.
No, he isn't. I know.
How do you know?
I know. I asked him.
What do you mean you asked him?
Well, I got to thinking. I knew you didn't mean to do it.
Oh, I didn't, Bernadine.
Of course. Everybody does things like that sometimes.
Well, he was pretty sore. Listen, did he really say he wouldn't do anything about it?
Well, at first he was pretty sore. But after a while, he laughed a little bit, and he told me about how absent-minded he used to be. We laughed some more, and he said, "Well, we have to beat Hyde Park, don't we? So I guess I'll overlook it."
No kidding.
No kidding, Charlie.
How about that?
I promised him you'd really go to town on your Latin, Charlie, from now on.
Yeah, sure. What? You mean I get back in the Latin class?
Of course.
But look, Bernadine, I can't understand Latin. I mean, I only stayed in the class in the first place on account of you. I mean...
On account of what, Charlie?
Well, I don't know. Listen, Bernadine, I'll flunk. I know I will.
No, you won't. I'll help you.
Yeah, but... Say, wait a minute.
What?
You talked Patton into letting me stay. Didn't you?
Well...
Why?
Well, go school spirit, I guess.
School spirit.
Sure. You know, die for dear old Stan and stuff.
You know, I don't believe that, Bernadine.
You don't?
No.
What do you believe then?
I'm scared to tell you.
No, go on. Tell me.
Well, you know why I asked Patton to let me stay before.
No.
Don't you?
Yes, Charlie, I think I do.
Well, is that why you asked him not to throw me out? I mean, the same reason, maybe?
Well, usque tandem abutere, Charlie, patientia nostra.
Bernadine.
Oh, now look what you've done. Oh, Charlie, you do need somebody to take care of you.
A thing like that, and it affects the rest of your life. Your life and hers. And the thing rolls on and on like the snowballs we used to push around when we were kids, and pretty soon the little bobble you made in high school has affected the lives of hundreds and hundreds of other people. Maybe a German corporal named Helmut Schwartz would still be alive instead of dead in the snowbank in front of the boys' school in Dierkirch. Maybe Harry Foster would be dead. Maybe... Well, it's no good wondering now. I want to think of Bernadine. Bernadine said I needed somebody to take care of me. And in the years that had slipped by since I knocked a glass of malted milk all over a green and white sweater, she's done it. Until now. And now I have just the memory of her. We made a joke out of that Latin thing. You know how family jokes are. Never very funny to anybody else, but well, they're real stoppers to you. And it is funny how many times that phrase, how long, crops up in a conversation. We made a ritual of it. We never said how long. We always said, quousque tandem. It's funny. I wanted us to get married as soon as I was graduated from Sam, but Bernadine said no, I was to go to college. So I went to Northwestern 1 year, and of course she went with me. Well, I wouldn't have gone otherwise. And then we got married.
I understand, Charlie.
No, you don't, Bernadine.
I think I do, darling.
Well, I just can't help it.
Of course not.
Do you think I'm a...
Now, Charlie.
Well, I can't help it, Bernadine. Do you think I'm a weak sister?
Why should I think that?
Well, I don't know, but I depend on you so much.
I'm glad you do, Charlie.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
You do love me?
I do love you.
Quousque tandem.
Don't you remember what Dr. Watson said, darling? Till death do us part.
Yes, I remembered. I could never forget it. I could never get it out of my mind. If I should lose Bernadine. I suppose I was morbid. Young men often are, especially when they're in love with girls like Bernadine. I suppose I was tiresome to her with all my mooning about did she love me, would she always love me, and with my constant leaning on her for support in everything I did. I wonder if many women realize how important they are to the men they marry. I know, quite simply and surely, that I would never have amounted to anything without Bernadine. And now that's a chapter that's closed. The whole book's closed. And when you close that book, it began to look like war was coming sooner or later. A lot of fellas I knew would join the National Guard. I sort of toyed with the idea myself. And one night I mentioned it to Bernadine. I'd gotten a habit of consulting her about everything. I just mentioned it to her. She looked at me over her glasses and she said,
I'd be very proud of you, darling.
And something rose up in my throat, and I could feel it choking me. And I heard my voice speaking, and I didn't recognize it at first. It's been a long time since you've been proud of me, hasn't it?
What? Charlie, what do you mean?
I don't know what had hold of me. I couldn't stop now I'd started. I said, I mean just what I say. Here I am with a little two-bit peddling job, and we haven't got enough money to buy you a decent dress, and
And I had to borrow $90 on my salary last month, and Hanson's talking about cutting down the staff at the office.
Charlie, darling.
Oh, cut it out.
I don't understand, dear.
Oh, you don't, huh? Then why did you say you'd be proud of me? You said it because you're not proud of me. Because you don't give a hoot about me. Because you're sorry you married me.
Charlie, is something wrong with you?
Oh, that's right. Rub it in. I'm a failure. I have to ask your advice about everything. I haven't got sense enough to...
Charlie, dear, please.
And she came over to me and reached for my hands, and I jerked my hand away. And I struck her. Yes. I can see her now this very second standing there, and the print of my hand across her cheek standing out scarlet red against the white. And a little drop of blood welled up from her cheekbone where her glasses had cut her. Oh, I've seen blood since, plenty of it. But that I'll never forget. Not ever. And I've never got that picture out of my mind. Oh, forgive me, Bernadine. But it's one of my memories of her. That I'll always have. And it hurts. More than you'll ever know, Bernadine. I can't talk about that anymore. I had to tell you. And now I've told you. Now you'll be charitable to me and listen. Yes, I joined the National Guard, the 131st in the big black old armory at 16th and Michigan. And I was pretty unhappy after a month or two. I wondered why I'd let myself in for such a thing. It was easy to stay away from drill Thursday nights, and I did a couple of times. I'd made up my mind to skip it for a third week. That was the night she met me as I walked out of my office door.
I thought we'd have dinner downtown, and I'd go over to the armory with you, Charlie.
Well, I was going to go over these invoices for Hanson tonight, honey, and I thought...
I'll help you with them when we come home. You know, you were telling me about that wonderful place where you have lunch so often. You said they have such wonderful spaghetti. I haven't had any spaghetti for so long.
Well, of course I was trapped. I like spaghetti, too. And Bernadine liked me in my uniform, and after drill, when I came downstairs with Harry Foster, my platoon sergeant, she told him so.
I think Charlie makes a very good-looking soldier, Sergeant. Don't you?
I certainly do. I was just saying that to the captain tonight.
And I suppose the ROTC experience in 10 makes a difference.
It doesn't hurt.
How long does it take to get to be a sergeant?
Why, Charlie will have to be a corporal first, you know, but, well, you can't tell. It won't take too long.
That's the way it was. Bernadine could do anything. No, she didn't work on Harry Foster. I wasn't made a corporal because Harry liked me. I didn't get to be a sergeant because of it either. I worked for promotions because Bernadine... Well, you understand, I know. So when 1940 came and they called the Guard into federal service, I was a first lieutenant. Tullahoma, Tennessee. People called it a lot of names, but for me... Bernadine was there. I was a very good officer, I was told. And I knew why I was. No, of course. And as the certainty of eventual war grew and grew, I began to think about the future. I was all right here, where I could go home to Bernadine almost every night and be quietly reassured. I had no illusions about myself. What would happen when the inevitable time came and I would lead troops in battle? Without Bernadine to lean on. And I think Bernadine knew it, too. She must have known that without her I was what I said once, a weak sister. And I think she was afraid, too. But not as afraid as I was. Time came when they sent us down to Louisiana for the big maneuvers. This was to be the first test for me. Alone. But a miracle happened. They assigned me to General Ben Lear's Second Army as a sort of chief clerk, a very unimportant job. And we moved into the schoolhouse at Winfield, far, far back from the bayou country where Eisenhower and Patton and Kruger and tough old Ben were watching the young officers and deciding who made the grade and who wouldn't. And then one night, a couple of wild-eyed soldiers from one of the opposing Third Army outfits decided to pull a commando raid on Second Army headquarters and see if they could kidnap a general or two. I was sitting in what had been the principal's office when the raid started. I opened the door just in time to inhale about half the contents of a GI smoke candle, which the raiders were using to simulate grenades. Well, it isn't funny when you get a lungful of that stuff. Although I doubt it would kill you. Anyway, I passed out. And it seemed long hours afterwards that I came to out on the lawn. I recognized Bill Westlake standing beside me and Brooks Watson and Barney Oldfield. I had my head in somebody's lap. And then that somebody spoke to me.
Feel better, darling?
Sure. It was Bernadine. Bernadine, holding my head in her lap in Winfield, Louisiana, in the middle of what was awful close to war.
Lie still, Charlie, darling. The doctor said you'll feel better in a little while.
How did you get here?
I just thought I'd come see you. You glad?
Yes, I was glad. You know what she did? She wangled 3 days for me from Ben Lear, and she took me to Lake Charles, and Curtis DeWare, the PRO there, got us a room in the Charleston Hotel, and I got well fast. Then we had a talk the night before I had to go back to Windsor. Well, I had to tell her about my doubts of myself and the fears that were gnawing at me. And I did. I squirm now when I remember all the things I told her.
I know, darling. You don't have to tell me. Please don't talk anymore. Charlie, I'll always be with you. I'll never leave you. You don't have to worry, dear. Wherever you go, I'll go. Why, Charlie, whenever you're worried about something, you just think about me, darling. Think about me, and I'll be there beside you, no matter where you go, darling. Now go to sleep, dear. Go to sleep. Bernadine's here with you, and Bernadine will always be with you. Till death do us part, remember? Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
A captain of infantry in the Army of the United States in Lake Charles, Louisiana in September of 1941. 3 short months before Pearl Harbor. Oh, a pretty sight. Yet, there was an assurance of strength there in that room with me. The strength far beyond anything I'd ever known. And I slept in the sure faith that Bernadine had given me. Well, there's not much more to my story. Bernadine went with me wherever I went, to the Carolina maneuvers, to Fort Benning, to Fort Bragg, to Kilmer. And then the day came when there was only time to kiss her goodbye, the train waiting. Beyond that, a dock and a ship and an ocean and war. Africa and Sicily, and I worked at a desk. England, and a day in June, in France, and the winter coming on. And suddenly I was ordered to an infantry outfit. I thought of Bernadine so many times, I had plenty of opportunity to write to her. She wrote to me. I was safe. But now, well, Harry Foster, by one of those unbelievable coincidences of war, Harry from the 131, I told you about him, Harry was second in command of an outfit of the 5th Division that I was assigned to command. I remember snow. I remember German tanks. I remember Luxembourg and the smashed castle on the hill at Ghent. And cold and snow and dead men. And the night came when I knew I was done. I knew I'd go mad before morning. I was with Harry Foster alongside the wall of the railway yards opposite what had been a boys' school in Dickish. There was that German corporal I told you about, Helmut Schwartz. He had a P-38 pistol and a potato masher grenade. Harry shot him just as he was raising his arm to toss a grenade at us, and I saw the snow turn dark under his body. And at that moment, I knew I had enough. Harry had just started over to the dead German when I saw the long nose of an 88 inch its way through a smashed window in the school. And directly in front of the gun's muzzle, you Bernadine!
I heard him scream your name, Bernadine, and I looked up just in time to throw myself flat in the snow. The shell went over my head. I remember it hit an abandoned locomotive in the yard behind it. I got back to Charlie. I got back just as the German tank moved in on us. I still had my back turned to it when the blast from the machine gun hit me. I wasn't knocked right out. I remember how he stood over me. The machine gun slugs were cracking the air all around him. He looked down at me, and he said your name again. Bernadine, he said. Then he turned back to the tank, and I could see you.
And Bernadine was there, just as she said she would be. Bernadine's arm was around me, and I could feel her strength flow into me. And then there was another tank coming up. And I wasn't afraid, Bernadine. I wasn't afraid at all. And now I'm almost home on the homecoming I dreamed about so often. And it's so different. Well, no bands, no people smiling, no laughter. All the way from Luxembourg across France in a ship with all the quiet soldiers. And the train pulling into LaSalle Street Station with me and a few other Americans. In boxers with a flag over each one. And all of us with our memories, Bernadine. And why do I keep remembering that little question of ours? Usque tandem. How long? How long? It's forever. Isn't it, Bernadine? He said, till death do us part. That's forever. Isn't it?
No, it's not forever, dearest. Death can bring us together again someday. Quousque tandem.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Bernadine was played by Nancy Sheridan. Harry Foster was Melville Ruick. Music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Perazzo, who, by the way, concludes his engagement with us tonight, friends. Gene, Bill, and I want to thank you for your helpful and artistic collaboration over the past 6 months. We're going to miss you, and I know our listeners will. Thanks and good luck. And now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's story is called Come In, Eddie, which is about an unexpected visitor at midnight.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Say, how about joining our Shriek of the Month Club? We're offering free a shroud-bound copy of Die Alone and Like It. It's about an unsuccessful authoress who dies of marital illness. Yes, her husband got sick of her. However, he was thoughtful enough to bury his novelist wife in the basement. And now, at last, she's in the bestseller class. And now for tonight's gruesome little item. Oh, you better not disturb that fellow in the corner. He's our ghost of honor tonight. Poor guy. He died last night for lack of sleep. Now he's in for a wake. Meet John Thompson, age 29, driving a blue coupe across the George Washington Bridge, heading west.
It's kind of a close night. Heat lightning is dancing up in the sky when I come down off the bridge into Jersey. Running a mobile gas station isn't bad when things are breaking right. But the way things are, I figure I'll do better out west. I hit the highway and let her out a bit. I spot her a few miles past the bridge. She's standing there by the side of the road, out in the middle of nothing. I don't know exactly why, but I stopped. Want a lift?
Thanks.
Now, hop in. Going far?
Not very.
Well, yell when you want me to leave you off, huh? My name's Thompson. John Thompson.
Hello, Johnny.
Yeah. Hello. What's your name?
Anne.
Where in particular are you heading for?
I don't know.
But...
I'll know when we get there.
Yeah, sure. Look, this ain't the old routine, but you look like I kind of know you from someplace.
Do I?
I don't remember from where or when, but your face. Oh, maybe it just reminds me of somebody I used to know. Don't anymore.
Maybe.
You don't remember me, huh?
Should I, Johnny?
Well, it would be kind of more sociable.
I'll try, Johnny.
We go on like that for a couple of 3 miles. Her not saying anything and me sneaking looks at her. She's pretty young and nice to have next to you, but there's this feeling that I ought to know her and don't. And I get to wondering where she's going in the middle of the night. Hey, Ann.
Yes, Johnny.
Maybe we can get some music. The knob for turning on the radio is over on your side. See it?
All right.
They got these all-night programs for people like us, you know, driving at night or jockeying a truck or sitting up with a sick friend.
Our next request number just phoned in this minute by a young lady named Anne. Well, we can't make out your last name, Anne, but anyway, Lou's going right ahead and play it for you. Lou Hyde at the piano, playing Stardust.
He plays a nice piano, huh?
Very nice.
Kind of funny, a girl with the same name as yours just phoning in to the show and we started listening to it. I mean, with the same first name.
Is it?
Yeah, well, I guess it's a coincidence.
I like Stardust.
Maybe you better try another station.
Why? I like Stardust.
Yeah, but get another station.
I'm happy with this one.
Get another station or turn the set off. I don't care which. Do what I'm telling you.
Why?
Don't ask me why. I can't take that music. It bothers me. Will you please?
No.
I said, will you please turn it off?
No.
Look, it's my car. It's my radio. I want you... Oh, never mind. I'll turn it off myself.
You better watch the road. You might have an accident.
I'll turn it off myself. And I'll let go of my hand.
No, I don't want you to turn it off.
Let go. I got to keep my other hand on the wheel.
I won't let go. I want you to listen to Stardust. I like it.
But I don't. I'm warning you.
Very pretty.
All right. This is what you wanted. I told you to turn it off.
Let go.
You wouldn't listen to me. No. No, it's too late. Anne! It's all black for a while. Then there were streaks of light through the blackness. I shook my head. I was conscious again. I'd slid forward under the wheel. The car hit the tree. Pulled myself up, get out of the car. Look, it wasn't damaged bad. The bumper had taken most of the shock when we hit. One fender was crumpled. Then I remembered. Anne. She was dead, I knew. I felt her neck give before we crashed. I swallowed hard for a couple of seconds and went back to the car. Looked in. She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere near the car. She hadn't been thrown clear. She must be dead. Still, she wasn't there, not anywhere. I drove away. Fast. My head don't feel so good, but I stop thinking as I go through the night. I do puzzles and arithmetic, multiplication. 49 times 76, 102 times 27, so I won't think. But not thinking isn't easy when you're alone, so when I see a diner, I think that's for me. And I stop and get out. I walk over to the diner. The air's still heavy and the crickets are raising Cain. I go in.
I'll be Mr.
Job and a hamburger.
Sure. Coming up.
Yeah, it's a hot night, ain't it?
Huh? Oh, I didn't notice you sitting next to me. Yeah, it's plenty hot.
You're driving a nice car. Yeah, I noticed you pulling in.
That's all right.
Hey,
Yeah, it was good.
Say, Joe, I was wondering, you going far?
Well, far enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. West?
Uh-huh.
How about me riding with you for a bit? My feet are getting awful tired holding me up.
Well, sure, I guess so.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I could use a bit of company for such...
Hey, you dropped your coffee.
I'm sorry. Did I get any of it on you?
No, you missed, but your hands are trembling.
Well, I'm tired. Come on, let's get out of here. Hey, that'll take care of my check.
But, hey, you ain't finished your hamburger.
I'm not hungry.
Well, you mind if I work it over?
No, of course not. Only let's get out of here.
Sure is a dark night, huh?
Hurry up, will you?
Yeah. Dark enough to hide a corpse in.
So, what did you mean back there by dark enough to hide a corpse in?
Nothing. Just an expression. Why?
It seemed like a funny thing to say.
I don't think so. Hey, you better slow down. We're going through a town.
It's deserted this hour of night.
No, it ain't. Look at that, down near the corner.
Where?
You seen her, huh? Standing under that lamppost? Pretty as a picture, ain't she? Hey, slow down, will you? Maybe she wants a lift.
You're crazy.
Well, look, she's giving us the thumb. We're going to pass her in a minute.
Don't bother me.
Yeah, but... Hey, she's calling you. She knows you. You can't pass up a girl like that.
Will you shut up?
I don't get it. You was willing to give a hobo like me a lift, and you don't even know me. You know that
She's
girl.
not there. She can't be.
Well, you seen her.
No.
You looked where I was pointing. You heard her.
No. All right, yes, I did, but she's not real. She couldn't be.
Why?
She's dead.
Yeah, how do you know?
Because I saw her die.
Yeah?
Yeah, in an accident. 100 miles from here.
Well, then what was she doing under that lamppost?
I don't know. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe I'm going crazy.
I seen her.
Then maybe you're dead, too. And the ghost riding with me.
Well, look at you. Chips off an old block of ice. Splinters from the petrified forest. Or are you always that way? Oh, you're not really frightened. Just pretending, huh? Well, then suppose you climb down off that chandelier and listen to the rest of the story about John Thompson, who took a girl for a boogie ride. John and the bum he'd picked up rode on for a while in silence. The night was closer and heavier, and John was tired.
Hey, watch it, will you?
Oh, sorry. I closed my eyes for a second.
Well, you better keep them open. It's healthier.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of pooped. It's been a long night.
That chatter about ghosts.
Yeah?
How come?
Oh, I was kidding.
You were, huh? It wouldn't be because...
How would you like to get out?
I'd like it fine. I get nervous riding with a guy who turns green when you mention corpses. Hey, watch that bridge! Hey, you nearly dunked us in that stream.
I can't keep my eyes open. What if I wash my face? Bathe my eyes with cold water.
Yeah, that's an idea.
You can stay in the car. I'll only be a couple of seconds.
No, I'll go along. I could use a drink.
That water looks good. Dark, peaceful. You know, you could sleep in water like that.
Yeah, sure, but you wouldn't wake up. Go on, wash.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Too slow.
Sure.
Cold. It's good.
Uh-huh. Good for what ails you. But what does ail you, mister?
Nothing. I'm tired, that's all. Getting sleepy. I'm better now.
Okay.
Well, let's get back to the car.
I'm walking the rest of the way.
What?
Yeah.
But
I want to get there.
There's nothing wrong with my driving.
I didn't say there was, mister. But are you sure there ain't something wrong with you?
All right. Walk. I don't need anybody to ride with.
No, mister. You already got somebody or something riding with you.
So I walked back to the car. Get in. I'll pay no attention, the old bum said. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing. Start the car and drive off. Down the highway into the darkness. It's a long night. Maybe the longest night I ever lived. But it's only night someplace, west of New York, and that's all. The storm hanging overhead and never breaking. That's all.
Hello, Johnny.
It's her. Sitting right next to me. When she saw me looking at her, she smiled.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh. I didn't expect to see you again.
No, Johnny?
Oh, I left you so far behind.
Not so far behind.
Yeah, but I guess you must have got a list on some other car, a faster car than mine. Huh? That's how you got ahead of me.
Way ahead of you, Johnny.
Yeah, that's the way it was. Sure. You're all right, though.
I'm all right. Very all right.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, funny, isn't it? The rain's still holding off. You're not going to warn it to pour hours ago?
Why are you talking so much, Johnny?
Because I'm afraid, Ann.
When will we get there, Johnny?
Get where?
Where you're going.
I don't know. Why?
Because I'm going there with you.
Oh.
Yeah?
Back again. That song's back again. I don't have to take it. I can't take it. She ought to sing that song. I told her I didn't like it. I'm not going to tell her again. It won't do any good. This time I'm going to play it smart and sure. She's looking straight ahead, watching the road slide under the headlights. So I choked the car. Hey!
What is it, Johnny?
Motor. Oh. Could be something wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I better get out and see.
I'll wait here.
Sure. Get the hood up. Mm-hmm. And
Yes?
yeah, I can fix it, but will you bring me the wrench?
Where is it?
In the dashboard compartment.
All right. I got it, Johnny.
Swell. Will you bring it to me?
Here it is, Johnny.
Thanks. Now all I have to do is... Hey. What's that behind you?
Where?
Well, turn around. You'll see.
All right.
So she turns her back to me, looks down the road we came, and I lift the heavy wrench. And I... This time I made sure. She's dead. Lying on the road. But I still got to make sure she won't, even dead, be riding with me again. So I lift her up. Put her back in the car. Get in myself next to her. Yeah, start the car up. I remember the stream. It's not much of a stream, but deep enough for a thin girl to lie in. That's where I go. It don't take long to get back to the stream, the bridge over it, which is where I stop. Nobody around. Only the darkness and the water flowing underneath, where Anne is going to lie. But before I let her go, I dig out my tools. Tire iron, wrenches, a jack, heavy stuff. Tie them to her, so she'll lie quiet under the water. When I get done. She's heavy now. Heavier than she ever was before. But I lift her over the rail and hold her for a second in my arms, and then I let her go. She drops, quick and not awful loud, into the water. Drops to the bottom of the stream, where maybe it'll be soft and cool for her. And I gotta get away from here fast. Fast! Every time the wheel turns around, every time the valves open and close, every time the sparks fire, I'm getting further away from her. This time she isn't going to follow me. This time she's deep under the water with irons tied to her and her head bashed in. I'd never turn around again and find her sitting next to me. I'd never hear her calling Johnny again. I'd never see her eyes or her thin body again. Clouds are pressing down now. No more moon. Thunder's purring closer like a big cat. I don't care. I'm through with her forever now. I'm so happy I could sing. Oh, no. The skies are open. The light is turning off and on like God's neon sign. The thunder's pounding in my head. I go faster. Hit a curve. Take it at 60. Standing there, lit by the light and it's... Gas pedals down to the floor. The motor's roaring like 100 horses screaming. We're pulling up the hill with rain slanting against the window pane like a million fingers tapping on my brain. The top of the hill swept by the wind, her wet dress plastered against her body. I can't take it much more. The car's sliding down the wet road like death on butter, and she's there all the time now. Running with the car, face plastered against the closed window next to my seat.
Johnny.
And you're dead.
Am I, Johnny?
You're dead. I killed you. Don't you remember?
No, Johnny.
Back there, I hit you. I dropped you into the water. I hit you. You're dead.
Am I, Johnny?
No, not now, Anne. Please, please.
Aren't you tired, Johnny? Tired of running away? Isn't the road too long? The road away from me?
Go away. Go away, Anne.
No.
You want to drive me mad?
No, Johnny.
Then what do you want?
Just to go with you to the end of your road.
But where's that?
Why, maybe here. Maybe right here. In this town, Johnny. In this town.
Here. It's a town. Small place, and I'm riding through it. The storm's dying out. Dying out. Yeah, and the air's clear now, fresh after the storm. Anne? No, she's gone. Not a finger where? Oh, right up ahead. Sure. They always have one. Yeah, with a green light shining over the door. And they're always open. And there's always a sergeant.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama Case History number 135 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Writes an Epitaph. When a person writes mystery novels, as I do, he's very apt to think that nobody can write them the way he can. His plots are best. His characters step right out of his books and they live. But I've found out there are others. Other writers whose stories sell too. But when an author is living his own story, that's another matter. Take the case of Herbert Wesley, for instance. Herbert Wesley was a mystery writer. He used to be a good one.
Operator. Dialing Newmark 5293. Barton Drake. I can't get any answer. I've been busy. Operator. Please, take a message. Tell Barton Drake. Word for word. Tell him Herbert Wesley called. Herbert Wesley, the writer. Tell Drake I'm gonna die. No use calling the doctor. Poison will get me before a doctor can get here. Tell Barton Drake. Read manuscript. In my room. Just finished manuscript. Tell him. Read it. Want him to know Herbert Wesley made great comeback. Herbert Wesley, best mystery writer ever lived. Wasn't for poison. Doctor, no good. How do you do it? Now, Barton Drake.
I didn't know about that phone call. That afternoon it was hot, muggy, much too hot for the concentrating, energy-consuming labor of writing. I walked aimlessly through the deep shade of the park and out again into the burning heat of the main thoroughfare. Almost without knowing it, I found myself in front of headquarters. Why not? The good inspector's office at least is air-conditioned. And what I wanted more than anything else in the world was copious amounts of cold, cold air. The air I got was hotter than a baked potato.
Where the devil have you been, Bart? I've had the whole force out looking for you for the past hour.
Why, Inspector, I had no idea. Why all this sudden desire for my company?
You know a guy by the name of Herbert Wesley?
Herbert Wesley? Yeah, sure. Fellow writer of thrills and chills. Great talent. And greater eccentricity.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go on. Go on. Tell me more.
Well, Herbert Wesley could be a great writer if he'd get down to earth, but he won't. He lets his emotions get the better of him. Consequently, his life has been one upheaval after another. Inspector, if you'd ever seen Herbert Wesley, you'd most surely remember him. He has a gaudy flair for the flamboyant.
Huh?
I said he has a flair for the flamboyant.
What's that?
Excuse me, Inspector. He likes garish clothes. He's a show-off.
Oh.
For example, one of his eccentricities used to be that he'd never sit down at a typewriter unless the ribbon was brown rather than black.
Screwball, huh?
Well, that's all right. I've heard that he's given up that sort of thing, though. I've heard for the past year he's been really and honestly trying to do good work.
Uses a black typewriter ribbon now.
So I've heard. Now, might I ask you a question?
Sure.
Has your sudden interest in my rival mystery writers anything to do with your sudden desire for my company, or has the heat gone to your head?
Bart, you know where this screwball lives?
Yes, 418 Mile Street. Right.
Okay, come on. I'll tell you all the rest I know on the way.
You want to meet Herbert Wesley?
Yeah, I'd like to, but I don't think I'm going to.
Inspector, stop talking like a sphinx.
I think Herbert Wesley's dead. There was a telephone call, Bart.
Yes?
This guy told the operator to relay the call to you. The operator tried to get you, but you didn't answer.
That's right. I've been out all afternoon.
She figured it was police business anyway, so she called us down at headquarters. She gave it us word for word, just like I told you.
Well, that's strange. Very strange.
She was smart, though. She put it down that the call came in at exactly 2:15 p.m.
Well, why did you wait around for an hour for me? Why didn't you go out there and investigate at once?
Couldn't. No telephone listed under the name of Herbert Wesley. Had to wait around for you to get his address.
Well, knowing Wesley as I do, this might be one of his unconventional ways of getting publicity. I hope so, anyway.
If it is, I'll cool him off for a few days in the jug. Nobody's going to spend the taxpayers' money for no publicity stunt. Not on me, they aren't.
I might as well warn you, Inspector. Herbert Wesley hasn't always played entirely and strictly within the law.
Got a record?
No, I doubt if he's ever been caught, but he hasn't been above making money by sharp practices. I think it's more his flair for adventure, as I said before, the flamboyant than any real desire to break the law. The same with his women. He likes to play them fast and loose.
Well, if he ain't dead, I'll slow him down.
Well, you'd better slow down now, Inspector. This is the place.
Oh? Hey, is that the guy?
Who, Inspector?
That guy coming out of his house.
No, it isn't. Hey, come on, Inspector.
Hey, you! Stop! Stop in the name of the law!
We'll get him, Inspector. He's running down a blind alley.
Yeah. Hey, you! Stop or I'll shoot!
Okay, don't shoot. I got my hands up.
Okay. All right. What's the idea of running?
He's dead. The guy's dead.
Who's dead?
The guy in there, he's dead. If that's what you cops came to see, he's dead.
Well, then let's just go right back in there.
Look, I didn't kill him. I didn't have anything to do with killing him. I swear to heaven I didn't.
What's your name, fella?
Mary. Danny Mary.
Did you say Dan Mary?
Hey. I know this guy, Bart. Wait a minute. Stand still, you. That's us. I'll just take that gun.
I didn't kill Wesley. I didn't do it, see?
We'll see about that. We sent this guy up for 3 years, Bart, for passing stolen bonds. You break out, Mary, or did they let you?
I was released last week.
We'll see about that, too.
So you're Dan Mary. Well.
Huh? What do you know about him, Bart?
You used to be Herbert Wesley's secretary, didn't you, Danny?
Yeah, that dirty skunk.
Both Wesley and you were mixed up in that stolen bond deal, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. The louse left me to take the whole racket. He double-crossed me, he did.
Yes, indeed. I should think you rather owed Wesley something, Danny.
You bet I owed him something. I came here today to pay him off. But I didn't kill him. Somebody else beat me to it.
Come on, Mary. We're going back in.
Okay, but remember, I didn't do it.
Phew. Open the window, Danny.
Okay.
Yep. Your friend's dead, all right, Bart.
No denying that, Inspector.
Lying right by the telephone.
Room's in disorder. That's funny.
What is?
The receiver is back on the hook.
Hey, look. His clothes are all mucked up.
Yeah. Did you notice this bruise on the left temple, Inspector?
Yeah. Oh, well, that clothing business could have happened in his death spasm. Some poisons do that.
Yes, and the bruise could have happened when he fell, hit his head against the desk of it, maybe.
Yeah? Maybe this is the way to solve a case. Good old police routine.
Maybe you're right. Look, here's something a bit peculiar, Inspector.
What's that?
That small purplish bruise here on the inside of his arm, right here, under his elbow.
Oh, that?
Yes. Anything in the pockets, Inspector?
Yeah. Address book in his coat pocket. My keys, handkerchief, wallet with $4, 83 cents in his pants.
Here's an open box of candy, Inspector. Several pieces are gone. There's a typewritten manuscript over there on the end table.
Hey, you're doing all right, Bart. Want to join the force?
No, thanks, Inspector, but thanks for the invitation.
Hey, wait a minute.
What about, Inspector?
I thought you said this guy quit being crazy.
What makes you think he didn't?
The manuscript. It's all typed in brown ink.
Yes, so it is. Looks like Wesley must have reverted to type.
Quit trying to be funny.
I'm sorry. Look at this typewriter, Inspector. There's a brown ribbon in it.
Well, what'd you expect?
No, nothing. You go ahead, put Danny through your routine, Inspector. I want to look at this manuscript for a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, Danny, you might as well confess. Why'd you do it?
Look, I told you I came here to kill him, but I didn't. He was already dead.
Sure. They all pull that one. Now, come on.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta warn you. Anything you say will be used against you. Now, go on. What was it?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Boy, you're a little...
Inspector?
Huh?
Lay off Danny for a minute. Come over here, huh?
Yeah?
This manuscript seems to be a combination mystery story and autobiography.
Autobi what?
Some of the events described in here really happened to Wesley, I know.
Sort of a diary, huh?
The odd thing is that his death is described in here perfectly. Even with that box of candy that opened up the candy on the table.
Well, how we do?
In the manuscript here, it says that the candy has been poisoned.
Oh, nuts. Then I've got to let this merry guy go.
Why?
That settles it. It was nothing but an ordinary suicide.
But the manuscript says it was murder.
Now, look, Bart. If he knew the candy was poisoned, he wouldn't have eaten the bite.
Inspector, look in that address book. See if there's a girl by the name of May Brewer. She's a nurse, according to this.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, yeah, there's a Brewer in here. Amy Brewer. But I don't see any...
That must be it, Inspector. The three letters are just changed around, an old trick with writers. May, M-A-Y, A-M-Y, Amy. Simple, huh?
Yeah.
According to Wesley's last story here, it was a May Brewer who sent him the candy, the poison candy.
I still think the whole thing is nuts.
Is there an address in there, Inspector?
Sure. 5544 North Linwood Street.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I think I'll visit the young lady and see what she knows.
I don't mind a bit. I'll phone for a detail to come out here and take care of the body. Then I'm going to drive this mug down to the station and sweat the truth out of him.
But I don't know anything. I don't.
That's what they all say.
Please, let me go. I've had enough punishment out of that guy. 3 years in prison for something...
That's as good a motive as I ever heard. Come on.
So the good inspector took poor old Dan Mary down to headquarters, and I went up to the North Linwood Street address. A pleasant young woman of about 29 answered my knock.
Yes?
You're Miss Amy Brewer?
Yes.
How do you do? I'm Barton Drake.
Yes?
You're a nurse, aren't you, Miss Brewer?
I am.
Do you happen to know a man by the name of Herbert Wesley?
Come in, Mr. What's Herb done now?
What is your connection with Mr. Wesley, Miss Brewer?
I know him, that's all.
How well?
I kept company with him for a while.
It might be easier for you, Miss Brewer, if you told me everything. I represent the police.
Police?
Herbert Wesley is dead.
No.
Yes. We're not certain as yet, but we think he died from the effects of poisoned candy.
Oh. That was it. He tried to kill me.
Remarks in there as if it explains.
I'll tell you everything. You'll find out anyway if you ever find the candy. My fingerprints will be on the box.
I hope you realize what you're saying.
I received the box of candy this morning by messenger. I opened it without bothering to see who it was from. There was a card from Herb inside. When I discovered it was from him, I wrapped it up and sent it back to him.
By messenger?
Yes.
What time was it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Was it before or afternoon?
Afternoon.
12:30, 1, 1:30, 2, 3. I've got to be sure, Miss Brewer.
About 1, I think.
Now, let's look into this other remark you made.
Which one?
That if it turned out that the candy was poisoned, Wesley was trying to kill you. What would you want to do next?
I've known her for a long time. I thought he was going to marry me. He promised me he would.
Instead, he threw you over, huh?
He kept putting me on. Finally, I realized he didn't intend to marry me ever. He said I was being weak. For a while, I wanted to ruin him. I'll confess I tried to. I tried every way.
How long ago was this, Miss Brewer?
About a year. I haven't seen him since.
Isn't it strange, then, that after a year you received a box of candy from him this morning?
Not from her, but it isn't. He's always doing crazy things. Nothing you would do would surprise me.
As a nurse, you have a pretty thorough knowledge of poison, haven't you?
Well, of course. But surely you don't think I killed her. I couldn't kill anyone, no matter how much I hated him.
Then you admit you did hate him?
Yes. I hate him. His death is a shock, but I'm not sorry.
Miss Brewer, Herbert Wesley left a manuscript of a book he was writing. However, it seems to be more of a biography. It even points out his murder. It also names 2 men who he said wanted to kill him. He had one of the men in custody. The other is an Ellis Hazelton. Did you ever hear such a name?
There was an Ellis Hazelton who used to be Herb's gardener.
Oh, do you know anything about him?
Yes. He had a very pretty young wife. If you knew Herb, you know that he could never resist a pretty woman.
In his manuscript, Herb mentioned that he was at fault for Mrs. Hazelton's death.
Well, I guess he was. At least one.
Did you explain that?
Well, the way Herb told it to me, Mr. Hazelton found out about the affair. He faced his wife with it, and they had a big row. She said she was going to Herb, and Hazelton said she wasn't. They were on the street, but she started to run. He ran after her. She ran into the street and was killed in a car.
Hazelton brooded over the incident and swore he would kill Wesley.
Yes. But how did you know?
It's all there in the manuscript. Everything you just told me.
Please tell me, Mr. Drake. Who does the manuscript name of Herb's murderer?
You, Miss Brewer.
But I didn't.
It says that you killed him by sending him the poison candy.
I'll admit it looks bad.
However, that doesn't prove that you did, not by any means.
I assure you I didn't.
Have you any ideas where I can find this Ellis Hazelton?
Yes, I know where it is.
I'd like to have you take me out there if you will. If you won't, I'll be forced to take you down to headquarters.
I'll take you there. But Hazelton didn't kill Herb, Mr. Drake. He didn't kill him any more than I did.
I understand that you're a gardener, Mr. Hazelton.
Yeah.
You were Mr. Wesley's gardener at one time.
Yeah, that's pretty loud.
Have you seen Mr. Wesley in the past 2 or 3 days?
I ain't left my place here for 2 days.
Can you prove that?
What's all this about?
I notice you have a box of arsenic over there on the shelf.
Yeah, sure. We use lots of arsenic. Kills gophers and snails. What are you talking that way for? What do you ask me all them questions for? I don't even know you.
Mr. Wesley has just been murdered, Mr. Hazelton. Poisoned, I believe.
You accusing me of doing it?
He left a manuscript in which he says you threatened to kill him.
Why, you dirty snooping cop, I'm going to...
Mr. Drake!
I'll beat the brains out of it.
Mr. Drake, he knocked you down.
Don't you think I know that?
I'll bust your head in with this flower pot.
I don't think you will. Now get up, my friend. Behave yourself. Hand me that cord, Miss Brewer. I'm going to tie his hands to make sure.
Yes. Here, Mr. Drake.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
I didn't say you did.
I wish I had a...
Whatever holds you, my friend. Now, where's your telephone?
On the bench there.
Hello. Inspector Denton, please. Inspector, Bart. I have another suspect for you. Yes. 426 Wells Street. Send a car out, will you? Listen, you better come yourself and bring Dan Mary with you. And if they've made out the autopsy, bring the laboratory reports along, too. That's a good boy. We'll be waiting here for you. Well, Miss Brewer, I see you're still here.
Where else would I be?
Well, you had plenty of time during the excitement to make your getaway. Why didn't you leave?
That would have been more or less a confession of guilt, wouldn't it, Mr. Drake?
Well, you got here nothing flat, Inspector. Where's Mary?
One of the boys has him on the car.
Good. Well, we'll leave him there for a few minutes. Here's your 2 other prisoners, Inspector.
Got anything on them?
Only the accusations made by Wesley in his books before he died.
That's all we've got on any of them.
What about that laboratory report?
Oh, yeah. Wesley died somewhere between 2 and 2:30 this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. I spoke to the phone operator. She said the call was put through about 2:15. What about the candy?
It was loaded with arsenic.
And I'll bet you didn't find a grain of arsenic in Wesley's stomach, did you, Inspector?
No. How'd you know?
I'll even wager that the poison you did find in the body was 1,000 times more deadly, right, Inspector?
Yeah, but after all...
Inspector, I'm surprised that you forget that smell of acid when we came into the death room? I'm sure you smelled onions the same as I did.
Yeah, but all that talk about poison candy threw me off the track.
And the acid was administered by a hypodermic needle in the vein under the elbow. Am I right, Inspector?
Yeah.
And, of course, Herbert Wesley was first knocked out by that blow on the head, the bruise, you remember, Inspector?
Hey. Why do we go to all the trouble of having an autopsy in the first place?
Well, I could be wrong, you know.
I just wish for once you would.
One more thing, Inspector. Death must have been instantaneous due to the type of poison used. Am I right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How about bringing Danny Mary in now, Inspector?
That's him. That's the man.
What?
That's the man who forced himself into my apartment.
Now, wait a minute. You didn't tell me about this.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
He forced himself into my apartment 5 days ago. He said he was a federal agent.
She's nuts. I never saw this dame before in my life.
Go on, Miss Brewer.
He made me tell him everything I knew about Herb and his friends.
How about that, Danny?
She's a liar.
He's the liar, Mr. Drake. I know who he is now, Mr. Drake. He's Danny Mary, Herb's ex-secretary. been in prison for the past years. That's why I didn't recognize him at first.
Yes, that's quite true, Miss Lewis.
She's trying to pin the murder on me, Mr. Drake. Don't believe her.
Well, then, what's your story, Danny?
I couldn't possibly have done it. She did it herself. Who else but a nurse or a doctor would know how to use a hypodermic needle?
And who else but you knew how I felt about Herb? And who else but you knew I had threatened to kill him? Who else but you knew that I hated him enough so that I'd send back the box of candy he sent me? You sent that candy yourself because you knew I...
You little minx! I'll send your teeth in.
No, come on.
I'm nothing like a little she-devil railroad me in a chair. I'll break it.
Well, that just about winds it up, doesn't it, Inspector? Huh? This is just about as good a time and place to make your arrest as any, don't you think? Huh? Oh, sure. And so the good inspector made his arrest.
Amy Brewer, I arrest you for the willful murder of one Herbert Wesley. Anything you may say will... Ellis Hazelton, you're under arrest for...
Yes, the inspector made his arrest. Danny Merrick was taken kicking and screaming in front of the boys out in the car. And the inspector and I dropped in at Joe's place for our usual cup of coffee. 3 spoons, Inspector?
Not 4. It's too hot. I'm drinking iced tea.
Right.
Doggone it, Bart. I was sure that dame was guilty.
Oh, no, Inspector, you're not really sorry she wasn't, are you? That dame, as you call her, was pretty smart. You could use her down on the floor.
You mean because she figured out who it was that sent the candy?
Of course, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. She figured out he did that to throw suspicion on her and throw us off the trail of the real murder.
Of course, I must admit. You were pretty smart, too, Inspector. I doubt if I ever could have figured this one out for myself.
What did I do?
Well, for one thing, you had your first suspicions when you found the telephone placed back on the hook. Very neatly, right in its proper place.
Yeah, I'll admit, I did wonder about that.
Of course you did. You knew as well as I did that if Wesley died while he was talking on the phone, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
Of course he wouldn't. Anybody knows that.
Of course, Inspector. And of course you knew it wasn't suicide for the same reason.
Sure.
Especially since the death call and the time of death coincided so perfectly. Yep. But then when you found out what kind of poison had been used, you knew that it was impossible for Wesley himself to even have made the call.
Of course not. The guy died instantaneously.
Sure. So you knew that because it was a man who called, the call must have been made by the murderer himself.
Naturally.
More sugar, Inspector?
No, lemon is too thick.
Lemon.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And I could see that you were very suspicious when you saw that manuscript was typewritten in brown ink. You knew that Danny Merry had been in prison for the past 3 years, and he couldn't have known that Wesley had given up that brown ink kind of stuff over a year ago.
Yeah.
And, of course, that brand new ribbon on the typewriter in Wesley's machine proved it.
You mean the brown ribbon? Proved what?
Why, Inspector, you know. You know that Danny Merry wrote that manuscript himself in Wesley's style, of course.
Oh, sure, and it kind of, he'd been Wesley's secretary once. He knew just how to do it.
Of course they did. When he went to Wesley's desk and found that Wesley's typewriter had a black ribbon, he had to go out and buy a brown one and change it before he started typing.
Sure, that's why the guy was still at Wesley's place when we drove up.
That's right. You know you're getting more brilliant every day, Inspector.
Experience, Bart.
That's what it is.
One thing, though, Bart. How about that telephone call?
Telephone? Which one?
The guy who phoned the operator. He said he'd been trying to call you all afternoon. Said he got a busy signal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said you weren't home. He was lying, wasn't he?
Well, if he wasn't, then I am.
Whoa, why would you want to do that?
Well, if you'll retrace my steps with me, Inspector, I believe I can prove I was really out this afternoon.
And the guy didn't call you at all?
Of course not. He wasn't there. He'd have known I'd have recognized his voice if it wasn't Wesley's. You know, it's just the same as you, Inspector.
What do you mean?
Well, you recognize the fact that Danny Merry was the killer the minute he accused Miss Brewer of using a hypodermic to administer poison, didn't you?
That's your sugar, right?
Here you are.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You knew he was a murderer then because he couldn't have known that a hypodermic had been used unless he'd been there when it was used.
Yep, that's right.
Yes, it is.
You know something, Bart?
No,
we did pretty good on this case, didn't we?
Yes, modestly. I think I can say yes.
Why don't you join the force, Bart? You and me'd make a pretty good team.
Oh, thank you, Becky, but I don't think I will.
I'll show you the ropes. I'll help you along.
Oh, I appreciate that. But, I think I'll just keep on making mystery my hobby.
Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. For in a few moments, you're going to meet a ghost, the strangest phantom that you ever heard of. But first, I want you to be my guest on a little train ride. We're running at 60 miles an hour on open track in the dead of night. Now we thunder through a sleeping village. Then beyond it, we plunge into the waiting mouth of a tunnel. We race through the tunnel and into the open again. Over a trestle and on into the night. A little world of our own, rushing forward resistlessly, a symbol of power and speed and life. Yes, trains do have a life of their own, as you'll see in the unusual ghost story that I call The Locomotive Ghost. My story starts some years ago in a hilly region of western Pennsylvania. It's almost midnight, and two men laden down with several handbags are moving cautiously over the rough ground beneath a railroad trestle. They come to a spot beneath one end of it, and there in the darkness, they stop and turn on a flashlight.
All right, we can sit down and rest now.
Yeah. Sure this is the right spot?
Of course, I'm sure. It's the loading spur that branches off at the mine entrance. Main line's over there, about 100 yards away.
How long do you think we'll have to wait?
5 to 10 minutes. These mine trains don't run in a minute the way they do out in the main line.
Suppose the money isn't on the mine train. They might have changed their plans.
They'll be on it. Those miners are waiting for their pay, and the treasurer's bringing it himself. Plus bonus money and cash for operating expenses. Big haul, my friend. $200,000.
$200,000? That's a lot of dough, but...
But what? You getting cold feet?
No, of course not, but... Well, they'll be killed, won't they? The crew on the train?
Forget it. I thought you were turning soft on me now after I spilled the whole plan to you.
No, Joe, I'm not turning soft. Joe.
What is it?
Oh, I heard a noise then. Over there.
It's just your imagination. Oh, you're right. Somebody's coming. Keep the light steady. I got my gun handy.
Who could it be?
Probably just a bum. Something asleep under this trestle. All right, you step where you are.
Only me, boys. Just old Boomer.
Who?
Old Boomer, that's all. Looking for a place to bunk. Howdy, boys.
Okay, Tom, I heard of this guy. So you're old Boomer, huh? The one they call the king of the bums?
Not the king, son. Just a traveling swan of them all. 50 years I've been riding the rods, and I guess I've covered 1 million miles of track. Mind if I sit down here? Got kind of ache in my bones.
Sit down if you want to.
Thanks, son. Say, you fellas ain't bums. You're dressed too good.
Never mind about us. Curiosity ain't healthy.
Old Boomer never fights with anybody. Live and let live's his motto. Listen, here comes number 25. It's a mighty fine train, 25. Got a 16-wheel Mikado engine, can pull 20 cars a day on a level track. He's 50 seconds late tonight.
Do you know every train on the tracks?
Pretty near, son, pretty near. I ain't rode them all. I rode them all, from the Lackawanna to the Santa Fe. There ain't much about trains I don't know. Say, you fellas wouldn't have a little nip handy to take the chill out of an old man's bones.
No, we ain't got a little nip handy.
Sure, son. There's no harm in asking. There's the 25 passing Minesville now. Ain't that whistle far off in the night a sweet, mournful sound, though?
Yeah, it is kind of mournful.
Sounds far off and ghostly, don't it? Well, sometimes it is a ghost you hear, not a real train at all.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that sometimes when you hear a train whistling far off and mournful in the night, it ain't a real train at all. It's a ghost train.
Ghost train? It's a lot of hooey.
You just think so because you're young and don't know better. But old Boomer can tell you. There's ghost trains and plenty of them. They're the ghosts of trains that died in wrecks. Anything as live as a train is bound to have a ghost live on after.
All right, can the chatter. You're hurting my ears.
Well, let him talk, Joe. It helps pass the time.
All right, but if you ask me, he's spouting a lot of bushwhack.
Go on, Boomer. What were you saying about trains having ghosts?
Well, I've seen them many times. Running the tracks with all lights out, going faster than the wind. Not a sound coming from them. I've seen the Heavenly Express, too, a couple times.
What's the Heavenly Express?
It's a special train, son. It's on the Earth to Heaven run. Travels 1,000,000 miles a minute when it gets up speed. Takes the souls of railroad men from this world to the next. It always passes by when a wreck's going to happen.
That's enough talk. I'm sick of listening to you.
All right, son. You don't believe me, but I know what I know. Wait. I hear it coming. I hear it coming now.
Hear what coming?
The Heavenly Express. It's coming down this track. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
There's nothing to hear.
Passing right by overhead. Now it's slower. It's going to stop. It's never stopped before. That means the wreck's going to be here.
Joe, he knows.
That's it. That's what you're here for. You're going to wreck that mine train.
Hear that, old man? That's a mine train turning into this spur. You're right. We're going to wreck it.
No, you can't. You must.
But before we do, we got to take care of you. And this is how we're going to do it.
You shot him.
I did. The Heavenly Express stopped for me, too. I sure hope so. But you fellas, it'll punish you. It'll follow you. Sure as I'm laying here.
Oh, follow us. What are you talking about?
The Judgment Special. It punishes fellas who wreck trains on purpose. It runs any place has tracks. And it follows them until it gets them. One way or another. Because murdering a train is like murdering a man. You got to pay for it. And you'll pay for it. Think I'm crazy. You'll see. You'll see.
Yeah, that shut him up. Crazy old coot.
I wish you hadn't killed him, Joe.
Don't be a sap. Couldn't let him live to tell what he knew, could I?
No, of course not.
Listen. I hear the mine train coming. We just got time to get ready now. Put the suitcase with the dynamite against the trestle here. That's it. Now, come on, help me unroll a wire.
Yeah, sure, Joe. Anything you say.
That's it. Keep coming. Gotta get plenty far away. Hear the train now?
Yeah, I hear it. I can see the headlight, too. Look how bright it is.
Okay, this is far enough. Take me just a second to hitch up the detonator. There it is. Now we're all ready.
It's on the trestle now. Almost halfway across.
What's the matter? You sound shaky. Listen, Tom, you're in this now, and it's too late to back out, you hear?
Yeah, I know. It's almost across.
All right, then I'll close the detonator. Now, there she goes. Later, the two men, Joe Malone and Tom Henderson, were driving eastward through the night, far from the scene of the train wreck. Between them on the seat was a large handbag, and Joe Malone at the wheel patted it lovingly. $200,000. Huh? You realize that, Tom? We got $200,000 riding here between us.
Yeah, I know.
What's the matter? You don't sound very happy about it.
Sure I am. It's just...
Just what?
Well, I can't help remembering the crash when the mine train went into the ravine. The way the whistle kept screaming, just like the locomotive was something alive that was being killed.
For Pete's sake, the whistle valve got stuck when the engine crashed, that's all.
Sure, I know that, only... Well, I just can't help remembering it. Joe, the crew were all killed, weren't they?
Suppose they were. What do you care? You're as nervous as an old woman. Should never run you in on this job.
I'm all right. Really, I am, Joe. Listen, what are you going to do with your $100,000?
I'm heading for the big town. I'm going to have one swell time. Going to buy new clothes, stay at the best hotel in town, and really cut loose. Meet me in New York. I'll show you a real time.
Where are you going to stay?
Mrs. Miller's boarding house. It's over on the west side. You can find it in the phone book. I'm just staying there till I can buy some real classy Dutch, and I'm moving to Park Avenue. Always had a yen to live in Park Avenue. Now I'm going to see what it's like.
Yeah, sounds all right. Maybe, Joe, look out that train.
What'd you do that for? Why'd you grab the brake? You stalled us right here in the middle of a railroad crossing.
I had to, Joe. The train on the track there in front of us. We almost ran into it.
What are you talking about? There wasn't any train on that track.
But there was, running without lights and not making a sound.
You're crazy. I tell you, there wasn't anything in sight, not even a hand car.
Well, I saw it, Joe.
Never heard of a train running without lights. That proves you're crazy.
Oh, maybe it was an empty. But if I hadn't stopped the car, we'd have smashed into the side of it.
Never mind the suck you won. Now we're stalled on the railroad track, and the car won't start.
I'll get out and push. Joe, look. Our headlight.
Real train this time, coming around the bend. It's up 200 yards off.
Joe, it's going to hit us. We got to jump.
Yeah, but this door won't open. It's stuck.
Come on, out this side. Come on, I got the bag.
Oh, my coat's caught in the car door. I'm stuck. Help me.
I can't, Joe. Joe.
Help me, don't help. Help me. Help. Mister, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. But my friend, he must have been killed.
Yes, he sure was. So when do you get away? Look at your car. There's pieces of it spread a quarter mile up the track. Whatever made you stop right there in the crossing?
Car stalled. Who are you?
I'm the crossing watchman.
Watchman? Why weren't you on duty? Why didn't you signal there was a train coming?
Because I didn't know it, mister. That was the wrecking train taking doctors down to Mineville. It was unscheduled.
Oh, I see. What about the other train, the one that went past going east just before the wrecking train hit us?
Other train?
Yeah.
Well, no other train due through here till 6 a.m. this morning.
I saw it, I tell you, traveling without lights.
No train ever travels without lights. It's against the law. Say, are you drunk?
No, I'm not.
Where you going? Listen, I got a report to make on this. You got to fill out a form.
Forget it, I'm not interested. Get away from here. I'm going to New York.
Late the next afternoon, Tom Henderson reached New York. Not knowing where else to go, he hunted in the phone book for Mrs. Miller's boarding house that Joe Malone had mentioned and went there. Mrs. Miller gave him a room on the top floor, and there he carefully locked in the closet the precious handbag that held $200,000. All of it his since Joe's unfortunate death. After that, Tom went out to see New York's nightclubs. He got back after midnight, feeling considerably more cheerful. As he was about to unlock his door, Mrs. Miller appeared in the hall.
Oh, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Miller.
I was waiting for you, Mr. Henderson. It's turned so cool that I lit the gas heater in your room.
Well, thanks a lot.
I just wanted to warn you that...
What was that?
What was what, Mr. Henderson?
That whistle just now. What was it? A boat out in the river?
That was the freight train, Mr. Henderson.
Freight train? Here in the heart of New York?
Well, yes. They come down the west side elevated tracks to the freight yard downtown. They run past just a few yards down the street.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't have come here if I had.
Oh, I'm sure they won't bother you, Mr. Henderson. Really, they won't. Well, good night.
Oh, bad luck. You sure they won't bother me? It's too late to find someplace else where I'd leave here right now. I'll close the window. There. I'll keep the sound out. Anyway, suppose I can hear a train or two. I'm can hearing them do me. I'm going to go to sleep and forget it. Yeah, forget it. I've got $200,000 and my whole life ahead of me. Should let an old coot like that Boomer worry me. Joe's getting killed by a train was just an accident. Could happen to anybody. Me, I'm alive. Tomorrow, I'm going to start enjoying it plenty.
son. We're leaving in 1 millionth of a second, and we got to be on time.
Boomer, it's you.
That's right, son. You got to wake up and get aboard. We're pulling out.
A railroad station someplace, but everything's so misty I can't see much.
No time for talking, son. Got to get aboard.
Yeah, but I'm the only passenger, except for you and me, there isn't another soul in sight. And you're wearing a conductor's uniform.
They promoted me. Now, come on, get aboard.
I don't want to. I don't like trains. I don't want to go anyplace.
Can't help it. This is a special trip just for you. And you got to be aboard. Come on now, up those steps. That's it. Now we're off right on time to the millionth of a second.
Where are we going? What train is this? It's completely empty except for me and you.
That's right, son. It's a 1,000-car train pulled by 30 engines. And you and me are the only ones aboard.
Well, where are we going? What train is this, anyway?
It's the Judgment Special, son. And we're bound from this world to the next.
No.
Yes, or any place there's tracks the Judgment Special goes. We stopped right outside your window and took you aboard.
I don't want to die. I don't want to.
You haven't any choice, son. You're on the Judgment Special and we're hitting 1 million miles a minute now.
What?
Look out the window. There's the earth way down below us. See it?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to leave it. I want to go.
Look at the stars flash by. We're going 1 million miles a minute, and it'll take us all eternity to get there.
Yep.
Here, I'll put the wind up so you can see better. There you are, son. There's the earth we left. That tiny little dot of light way up in the sky.
No, it won't go in it. It won't.
Hey,
it won't.
What are you doing? Get down. You can't jump out that window. We're going 1 million miles in it.
I will jump. I'm not going with you.
Come back. Come back.
Wake up. Wake up, Henderson. Wake up. Wake up.
What is it?
Oh.
What is it?
Oh, Mr. Henderson, thank heaven you're still alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
What happened?
But you closed your window. I meant to warn you that with the gas heater on, you must leave it open, or you almost suffocated in your sleep.
I was suffocated?
Yes. If I hadn't heard you trying to get your breath and hurried in and opened your window, you'd have been dead now, for sure.
The rest of the night, Tom Henderson spent sitting on a bench in the nearest park, shivering at the nearness of his escape. The next day, he bought himself an expensive wardrobe. Then he checked into the biggest hotel on Park Avenue. There, 40 floors above the street, he was quite sure he wouldn't be bothered by hearing trains or having curious dreams about them. Especially as just before he retired, he took his sleeping tablet.
There. Fix it. No dreams for me tonight. Some layout. So this is what you can enjoy when you have money. And I'm going to enjoy it. I'm letting my nerves get the better of me. Not anymore. Feel better already. So goes the light. I sleep like a millionaire. Yes, just like a millionaire.
And so Tom fell asleep. But unfortunately, he did dream. And he knew he was dreaming, but he couldn't wake up. It was a very curious dream indeed. He dreamed that he got up and dressed, rode down in the elevator, that he walked out into Park Avenue, and there, down the street, he found a tiny door which he entered. It led down a flight of steep iron stairs to a dark tunnel far beneath the ground. There in the tunnel, a man was waiting for him. The man turned, and he saw it was his former pal, Joe Malone.
Hello, Tom.
Joe, it's you.
Yeah. I've been waiting for you, Tom.
But you're dead. I saw you killed.
Maybe I'm dead. Maybe I'm not.
You're dead. I know it. It's just a dream. I gotta wake up.
Can't wake up. Don't you understand? You're never gonna wake up.
I will.
No, Tom. Now come along with me. I'm here made a guide.
Where? Where are you taking me?
Down the tunnel. See how it stretches out? On and on. How it keeps going down and down.
No.
Where do you think it goes to?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Come on, now, Sam. I can't wait all night.
No, I won't go. I'm going to wake up.
You can't, Sam. Night I was killed, you saw the judgment special. Now you never get away from it.
That's true. This is just a dream. I'm safe in my own bed in the hotel.
And you refuse to come with me?
Yes, I do. I refuse.
Listen, Sam.
Listen to what? I don't hear anything.
Listen. Closer now. You hear that? That's the judgment special, Sam. Coming through this tunnel.
Train. It's a train coming.
Where are you going to go? You're in a tunnel, Tom, and no way out.
It's just a dream. It can't hurt me.
Coming closer, Tom. It's coming closer.
No, it's only a dream. I gotta wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, mister.
Oh. Thank heavens I'm awake.
I'd say not any too soon either.
But... Who are you? So dark and carrying a lantern.
Oh, my, mister, I'm a track walker.
Track walker? What do you mean?
I mean that I inspect the track here under Park Avenue.
What? How did I get here?
Why, mister, a minute ago I found you walking in your sleep, your eyes tight closed down this tunnel right under Park Avenue.
Park Avenue?
If I hadn't met you, you never would open your eyes again, because number 10 is due along here in 3 minutes.
And it wasn't a dream. I really am in a railroad tunnel. Yes, I am.
I'll say you are. How you got here, I don't know, unless you came down one of the inspection doors from the street. But, brother, if this walking in your sleep is something you do often, take my advice and see a doctor.
But Tom didn't go to a doctor, for he knew what a doctor would say. But it was his nerves, his guilty conscience. Now Tom felt he had to get away. Far away to a place where there were no trains to haunt him. At dawn, he bought a ticket on the first plane leaving for Canada. That afternoon, he found himself in a tiny town deep in the heart of Canada. There he hired a French-Canadian guide to take him by canoe far into the woods, away from any trace of civilization. Late that night, they arrived at the cabin where the guide lived with his wife. Tom unpacked his suitcase and joined the guide and his wife on the porch. For the first time since the wrecking of the mine train, Tom felt at peace.
Oh, this is something like it.
It is peaceful, is it not, monsieur? Monsieur, nerves are better already.
Yes, this is what I need. How far is it to the nearest railroad?
It is 80 miles, monsieur.
80 miles. Old Boomer said it traveled anywhere there were tracks. 80 miles ought to be enough.
Pardon? I do not understand.
Oh, never mind. I've got to get some sleep now.
Of course. Good night, monsieur.
Good night, monsieur.
What was that?
What was what, monsieur?
That whistle then. It sounded like a train whistle.
Impossible. It must have been an owl.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about it. Good night.
Tom entered his room and went to bed. But he could not sleep. He tossed and turned, and at last got up and dressed.
The moon is bright. I'll take a little walk. Gotta calm myself down. Nothing to worry about now, not a thing. Out here in the wild, I'm safe. Perfectly safe.
Tom left the cabin and entered the woods. They pressed thick around him. But an open passageway through the trees attracted Tom. He started down it, the moonlight illuminating his way. He paused and made a startling discovery.
Why, I'm walking on old railroad ties. And there are tracks here, all rusted and loose. But the guide said there wasn't a railroad closer than 80 miles. He lied to me. He tricked me. A train. There's a train coming. It's coming toward me. There's a headlight. I gotta run. Run. Run.
Marie!
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça, Pierre?
The nervous one. He is not in the cabin. He has wandered up into the woods.
Oh, that is strange.
We must go after him. Hurry, before he does himself an injury.
Not anymore. I can't go any further. I gotta stop.
The Judgment Special, son. It runs any place there's tracks. And it follows you till it gets you. Because murdering a train is like murdering a man. You've got to pay for it. You think I'm crazy. You'll see. Here it comes, son.
No!
He cannot be far now, Mary. See his footprints. He was running for half a mile.
He would do himself harm running so hard in his darkness. Look here.
Yes, it is the nervous one. We have found him. He's lying face down. Wait, I will turn him over.
Pierre, he lies so still. Has he done himself an injury?
No, Mary. There is not a mark on him. Yet his face is twisted with fear.
Pierre, is he dead?
Yes, Mary, he is dead.
Oh.
His heart. He came south by running, no doubt. But what was it he ran away from? There is nothing dangerous in these woods.
On led to an abandoned logging camp. They hadn't been used in 20 years, and no train could possibly have run on them. Except a ghost train. But of course, none of us believes in ghosts, so we just have to accept the coroner's verdict, which was heart failure induced by overexertion. Just the same, if you ever see a train running without lights and going faster than the wind, don't be too sure it's only your imagination. And next time you hear a distant, mournful whistle in the night... all this talk about trains is making you nervous, and you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. Shall we say next week at the same time?
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, James McCallion, Joe Julian, Bryna Rayburn, and Cameron Andrews. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Man the Insects Hated.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery deals with the saving of life rather than the loss of it. It is one of these true happenings which account for the fact that sailors, no matter what nationality, are vastly more superstitious than landlubbers. And when one considers the extraordinary happening aboard the Lure Lane, who can be so bold as to blame them? It is Christmas Eve aboard the liner Lauretania. Heavy seas and raging gales have buffeted the ocean greyhound since she left Portsmouth. And now, 8 hours late, she is still 17 hours sail out of New York. Driving sleet whirls along the decks. The dismal blasts of the siren cut through the fog. But below, Captain Morris, in order to offset the disappointment of the passengers at not landing in time for Christmas Eve dinner, has ordered the salon decorated and an appropriate dinner served. Dinner is over, and the captain, genial, a trifle portly, but every inch the captain, is entertaining a select group, including the ship's senior officers, at the much-envied captain's table.
Oh, I think you've done splendidly, Captain Morris. Why, the salon looks as though you've been preparing for Christmas festivities for months.
Thank you, Miss Vanbrugh. But most of the credit belongs to my very able first officer. He is the genius who discovered that palm leaves and a pair of scissors can be used to turn out a very presentable synthetic holly.
And the holly berries?
Mac, the chief engineer, thought of that. Red beads from a shipment out of Yokohama.
Well, I, for one, am not disappointed at not landing. I'm enjoying myself immensely.
Yes, I noticed that you are. And I should think my first officer is, too.
Oh, now you're teasing.
Tell me, though, Captain, in spite of all the festivities, aren't you nervous away from the bridge?
No, not a bit of it. I have a very capable officer on watch, and with wireless and everything.
But the Titanic had wireless, too, Captain.
Quite true. But not a wireless compass, not radio beacon, and not Captain Morris's guardian in the unseen world. Now, Mac. Well, it's Christmas Eve. It's a true story, and the captain tells it very real indeed.
Please tell us, Captain Morris.
Well, I want you to understand something, all of you. Mac here was chief on the lower lane when this happened. Mr. Johnson, the first officer, was second officer of the lower lane, and Sam Benson, our present chief wireless operator, was also operator on the same ship. And it was a night pretty much like this. Howling gales, mountainous seas. Johnson's hands were numbed from hanging onto the siren cord. The crew was well nigh exhausted from standing double watches, and Sam Benson and his assistant Tommy were in the stuffy little wireless cabin. Oh, what a night this is. Yes, almost any minute I expect the wireless cabin to be blown clear off the deck.
Maybe I'd better get out there and loosen that rat tail. That line will get so tight we'll have the antenna crashing down on the deck.
I loosened it about an hour ago. They ought to be all right. The Aquitania. About 100 miles out of New York.
How would you like to be the chief wireless aboard that floating tower?
A night like this, I feel a fellow's a fool to ship on any kind of a boat.
Well, we're not as bad off as poor Mac down there in the engine room. Every time we roll, the water all but touches the fire bars.
And I suppose the siren's using all his steam. The old man still on the bridge?
Yeah. He hasn't left except for a cup of coffee for 2 days now.
First mate's still up there, too,
Yes, the boat's standing there hanging onto the rail and getting their faces cut to ribbons with that fleet. Why don't you take off the earphones and throw the set onto that new speaker I built?
On a night like this, I'm afraid to. Anything might happen. Some poor devil will smash into an iceberg and we wouldn't be able to pick him up.
You worry too much. That speaker will give you everything you can get on those old phones. Get a weak signal and try it.
All right.
See that? What did I tell you?
A pretty nice job, all right.
Sure, your ears won't be ready to drop off from carrying those phones for 8 hours at a stretch.
You better turn and get some sleep. Another day of this, and I won't be able to keep my eyes open, even if the blooming ship goes down.
All right. See you in the morning if you're still around.
Listen. Am I crazy? Derelict on your port bow.
Oh, that's what it said.
Hang on. I'm going to the bridge.
Wireless for you, Skipper. Derelict on your port bow!
What's that, Bud?
Derelict on your port bow!
Throw the wheel over! High to starboard! Take it closer! Hold peace time!
There it is! Right on it!
Lay on the wheel! Lay on the wheel! Get the carpenter below! See what's damaged! He must have ripped half the bottom out of it. Oh, hang some old station!
I send it up to Wester?
Wait for the carpenter's report.
Yes, sir.
What the name of all creation happened?
Derelict, mate.
I thought he'd run aground. After the near tore the engine out of his dead plate.
You all right, though?
I sure do. Oh, we'll might as well go below to that inferno of mine again. Man alive. Of all the engine rooms I've been in, that one is one of the worst.
You can thank your lucky stars for that wireless message. Unless you'd be on your way to the bottom instead of the engine room.
What wireless message?
Well, it's warning us about that derelict. If we hadn't received that, we'd have plowed squares back into her.
Wireless? Wireless?
Yes, what's wrong with you,
There's
man?
nothing wrong with me. What's wrong with you? How could you get a wireless message warning you about a derelict?
What was that message exactly, Sparks? A derelict on your port bow.
How could any other ship tell you that you had a derelict on your port bow?
Good Lord, you're right, Mac. I never thought of that in the emergency.
How could any ship? Unless it was just a few feet from you, as close to the derelict as you were.
All right, Mac. What ship sent that message, Sparks? She didn't give any name, sir, or call letters. But maybe you know the operator. His name is Watson.
Watson? Watson, you say?
Yes, no mistake about it. It's Watson. Why, sir? What's wrong, sir? You're looking white, sir.
Watson? Watson was my operator on the Acosta. He was washed overboard and drowned a year ago tonight.
Why, I hardly know what to say. What to think.
There are two of us, Miss Vanborough. I never have known what to think.
Could your wireless operator not have been mistaken?
One might, but not two. Remember, both of them read the message.
And what if they were both mistaken? That does not do away with the fact that all of our lives were saved by the warning that we were bearing down on a derelict.
There was no way in the world that any other ship could have known of the position of that derelict.
And no other Watson could have sent that message?
No, Miss Vanborough. No other Watson.
Have you no explanation, Captain?
Yes, I have an explanation. But whether or not it will satisfy you is another question.
Well, any sort of explanation of an affair like that would be welcome.
After you've heard from your sponsor, you will hear the captain's explanation of the wireless mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
In attempting an explanation of a thing like this, you must make certain concessions.
Such as, Captain?
Well, that Watson, for instance, snatched away from life without warning, without any preparation for death, would, in his spirit form, find himself in a realm
where he would find it hard to adjust himself.
In other words, Watson would still be hankering after the friends and associates he had left behind him on Earth?
Right, Miss Hanborough. Since we know nothing of the beyond, we must make certain surmises. And if we accept the belief that consciousness lives on for eternity, then Watson would be entirely aware of the life he had so abruptly left.
Watson would be in a realm where time meant nothing. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow would all be one.
Yes. And in that realm of timeless things, Watson would see that derelict bearing down on us, his friends. Who knows what agony of mind he went through, trying in desperation to reach some mind in sympathy with his, seeking some way to warn us of the danger impending. I've thought of it. Imagine that disembodied spirit somewhere out there, moaning to itself in its anguished inability to warn us.
I must warn them. I must. I've tried to get their minds in tune with mine. If only I could get Sparks' attention. That's an idea. To find a wireless operator, half asleep at the key. One who could tap out a warning. He'd never even know he'd done it. That's it. That's it.
And so, somewhere aboard a ship, a sleepy wireless operator under the influence of Watson taps out the warning message that saved the Lurlane and her crew, leaving the seas, that realm of mysteries, another unsolved mystery.
Now, with Very Much Like a Nightmare and the performance of Dennis O'Keefe, Suspense.
It started out like nothing more than a small, freakish accident. The kind of thing you could tell a little sheepishly as a joke on yourself. But by the time it was over, it was very much like a nightmare. A dream you wake up from, drenched in cold sweat, shaking all over, with the clock pointing at 3 a.m. and the covers on the floor. It was only my second day back on the job after a short bout with the flu germ, and I'd been up practically all night working on a job my boss, old Hard Rock Gilman, had been kind enough to save, especially for me. As I walked into the lobby of the Nugent building, my biggest worry was simply whether the little pills my pharmacist mate Hermie had given me would keep me alive and jumping through a rather long day. Eddie, the hawk-faced kid who ran the elevator, was just about to take it up as I came in. Hold it, Eddie.
Hiya, Mr. McLean. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Dupree. Didn't see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Frey. How are you?
Anybody for three? Don't think I've seen you around lately, Mr. McLean.
No, I've been playing hooky.
Lucky you. Bye, Betty. If I ever let you off any other place?
Mr. Prey, though not precisely my type, was one of the rare plus qualities to be discovered in the Nugent building. She was one of the few girls I've seen around office buildings who actually looked as though they belonged in somebody's penthouse apartment. She usually tagged along with Ferris, a cocky-looking character who also worked at Circassian Brothers Importers up on 5.
Hi, Bob. Watch your step.
Thank you, Eddie.
Miss Dupree.
Yes?
Is everything all right?
What? Oh, yes, I think so, Eddie. But maybe you'd better check with Mr. Ferris. He may want to send out for a sandwich around 11.
Okay. 7, Miss McLean. Watch your step.
Thank you, Eddie. The morning went slowly, even with Hermes' pills to help, but at noon I resumed a pleasant custom which had been temporarily interrupted by my illness, that of having lunch with Miss Catherine Warren, a delightful young lady on whose future I had very definite, if not especially dark, designs.
Now for the gruesome lecture. What time did you go to bed last night, Bart?
Who, me? Last night? Well...
Oh, all right, then. It was this morning. It was this morning, wasn't it?
Such a charming girl to be so snoopy.
Would you like to hear about a very interesting conversation I had going down on the bus this morning with a young man named Herman?
Herman? How a guy like that can run a prescription shop beats me. What would the doctors do if they knew he went around blabbing professional secrets?
It's you, not Herman, I'm concerned about. And I'd like to know what makes you think it's smart to start taking dope.
Dope? Oh, that Hermie and his melodrama. All he gave me was something
to keep you from getting the sleep you ought to be getting. At this rate, you'll be back in bed again before you know it.
They're just little white pills. Perfectly harmless if you don't try to swallow the whole box. Why, Hermie says... Here, well, let's take a look for yourself. That's it. It's the wrong box.
What do you mean, wrong box?
All right. So I'm a fugitive from a drug counter. These are the other ones.
The other ones?
Well, the fact is, darling... At first, I was as leery about these stay-awake things as you are. I started worrying. Suppose the stuff was slow wearing off, or suppose I developed insomnia or something like that. Now, Hermie said he doubted that would happen, but just to make sure, he fixed me up with these sleeping pills.
More dope.
Oh, look, honey. It's not Gilman I'm doing this for. You know that. It's us. I wouldn't have tried to come to work.
I know, Bart. I'm sorry.
Forget it. Shall I call you tonight before I tuck myself in?
If you don't, I'll come over and toss tear gas through your window.
I made my way back toward the Nugent building, wedged very appropriately near a narrow dead-end street. About halfway down the block, I heard footsteps behind me, and then a voice, familiar enough.
McLean.
It was Ferris, Marie Dupree's boyfriend.
Hi, McLean. Haven't seen you around lately. Been out of town?
Oh, just had to stay in for a few days. How's it with Circassian Brothers?
Never better. And with you?
No complaints. Say, something was said in the elevator this morning. You know, Eddie, about him picking up a sandwich for you around 11. I was wondering if that's just an arrangement with the people on the floor.
I don't get it, Mr. McLean. Eddie's never picked up any sandwiches from me. Somebody's kidding. Oh, here we are. Going up. Oh, hi, Mr. Ferris. Mr. McLean.
Hi,
Eddie, what's this about some sandwich service you got? Been holding out on me?
Well, Eddie, I just thought I overheard you and Mr. Free say something about sending out for a sandwich, so I...
Oh, no, that was... No, you got us wrong. I never said that. I told Mr. McLean, Eddie, that it was probably some kind of kidding you and Mr. Free were carrying on. That goes to show you should never kid on the job. Yes, sir. That's a good motto for Eddie, huh, Mr. McLean? Never kid on the job.
The three of us stood silently in the rising elevator. It seemed to me that Ferris had pushed the sandwich topic a little farther than necessary. Eddie was pretty upset. Well, why would he... Oh, well, it wasn't any of my affair. I went back into my cubbyhole to wait till 3 o'clock, the hour for which Gilman had called a conference with Fisher of Barton and Fisher, our big account. And it was in this conference that the sleep I hadn't got started creeping up on me. Out of a fleecy fog, I suddenly heard Gilman barking at me.
McLean!
Yes? Huh?
Heaven's sake, what's the matter with you? You didn't get out of bed too soon, did you?
Oh, no. I'm all right, Mr. Gilman.
Oh, good. I'd appreciate your getting Mr. Fisher's brief finished up for me. I hate to ask you this, but I wonder if you'd mind getting it done before you go.
I managed an apology and stood up. My eyes burned and my neck muscles seemed to be dragging my head down as I went back to my office. It had been 10, maybe 12 hours since I had taken the last couple of stay-awake pills. And if I could borrow enough energy for the next 45 minutes, I told myself I could clean up this last job and a whole blessed night would be mine for sleeping. This time I'd cut the dose in half, only take a single pill. So I shook one of the pills out of the little box and followed it with a glass of water. Then I sat down at my desk and unclipped the sheets that Gilman had given me. I don't know when it was that I noticed that the words had started running together. I looked at the papers and it was like peering through water. The bell was bonging somewhere far off in the distance, and I seemed to be lying across a bed. Slowly, I forced open my eyes and blinked while reality swam into focus. For a moment, I really didn't know where I was, and it was just silence and the lost feeling of being in the wrong place. And suddenly, I realized the bed I had seemed to be lying across was my office desk. I couldn't quite get it clear. What was I doing here? The outer office was nothing but darkness. Stiff and cramped, I stood up. I looked at my watch. 2:15. 2:15? That's impossible. Only a few minutes ago, I looked at my watch and it was... No, it couldn't have been a few minutes ago. Gilman was here then, and Miss Tyler and the others. It can't be 2 in the morning. Oh, bright boy McLean. Hermes pills. For the second time, I made a stupid mistake about the pills. When I went into the washroom, I'd taken the wrong pills with me. The sleeping pills. The others were still in my top coat. I laughed again, but this time I didn't like the sound so much. Somehow it seemed too hollow, and then suddenly, standing there in the middle of the floor, 7 stories up in an empty office building, the darkness moved in on me. I got that funny feeling as if the darkness wasn't all, as if I had something worse to contend with, like in blind man's buff when you're a kid and you shrink back and hold your breath while a hand fumbles past you in the darkness. Weird as it seemed, all of a sudden it was like being on the island again with the Japanese somewhere near you and not daring to light a match and holding your breath for the darkness so thick it choked you. Holding your breath because that overloud breath might be your last. I felt my way out into the darkness beyond the door. The hall stretched out like a cave to the stairs and the faint red glow of the exit lights. The angle of the stairs at the landing, there was a window, and I pressed my face against the cool of the glass. I had to wake up. And suddenly a light fanned out over the loading platform down below. Somebody must have opened the door down there. I saw a truck and 3 or 4 men dwarfed by the distance, and the light from the door was gone, but I could still see the stabbing beams from a couple of flashlights. I was working there at this hour. Why? And then I heard the whistling. Eddie, the elevator boy. What's he doing here at this weird hour? 2 o'clock in the morning in an empty building with no passengers? Lead-footed, I moved down 1 flight and waited there on the 6th floor, straining every cell to hear the whistling again, but I didn't. Instead, I heard something from the 5th floor, and I felt my way down toward it.
Sure, I'm laughing, Joe, because I know Marie, and I know when she talks like this, she's not meaning half what she's saying. And then we've been drinking.
I haven't been drinking that much. We feed him everything he asks for. Lined up so that all he's got to do is walk in. Even before the stuff is out of the plate, he's ready to cheat us out of what he's promised.
Marie!
So we get for letting ourselves get mixed up.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know, Bernard.
Now, I tell you something, Mr. Dupree. You don't know you're fooling with. You start calling names and you're going to get hurt worse. Lots worse. Yeah, I hit you and let it know. You figure you don't get enough for what you do. You figure you're being cheated out of your cut. But I tell you something now. You open your mouth the wrong way, I handle you myself.
No, wait, Joe.
You think we're so scared of you, we'll stand for anything, don't you? Well, if I get something, you get nothing, too. Open my mouth. Oh, we never do. Get out.
Where do you think you've gone from, Jackie? I told you to keep your mouth shut.
What was this nightmare I'd stumbled into? If I hadn't been groggy and I looked down on the platform from 7, it would have been tipped off by the flashlights. Sir Kissian would never have had his workmen stumbling around in that sketchy light with stuff costing a small fortune. The elevator. Eddie was in on it, too, handling something a little hotter now than sandwiches. But after the doors opened, I noticed that the whistling stoplight being cut in two by a knife. The longer I stood there, the more unhealthy my position became, and then I wondered about Albert, the night watchman. Where was he? He had a gun, but suddenly I wanted to get out of there more than anything in the world. Just get out. My dash for the stairs to the 4th floor was like a slow-motion dream. Army and these sleeping pills. Bumped to the floor just out of range of the nearing light as the elevator dropped toward me. And suddenly there it was, a nakedly lighted little room suspended in space. I was staring through its 4th wall at Eddie. His face looked sick and green as he hugged the corner there at the controls, as if nothing could make him look behind to the rear of the car where a big man I hadn't seen before held something in his arms. Something like an oversized doll whose legs dangled limply. Panic was fighting my fogginess. I stood there trying to think. Then I remembered the telephone. There was a perfectly good phone in my office. That was 5 flights up, 5 long flights. Hadn't there been a phone on one of the other floors, a base station? I fought my way upward again and found it. I found it on the 3rd. I remembered not to close the door of the booth completely, because if I did that, the little light would flash on, and light was the last thing I wanted. I broke the phone off the hook, took a deep breath, and coin sounded louder than a fire bell in the dead of night. Clumsily, I dialed the operator.
Number, please. Number, please.
The dope. Police. I want the police. My palms were sweaty. I was listening with half an ear down the hall. I thought I heard a slight scuffling sound, but I couldn't be sure. Why was it taking so long?
Police department.
Hello. I'm calling from the Nugent building on 3rd Street North. There's a robbery going on here. A robbery. A girl's been killed.
What's that address? Who's calling?
My name's McLean. Bartley McLean. I work in this building. The address is...
All right, mister. Hang up that phone.
Sudden glare of the flashlight struck across my face like a fist. I shriveled to nothing inside, and I saw the man behind the gun. It wasn't Joe. It wasn't any of the men I'd expected. It was the guy I'd almost written off as gagged and tied or dead. Albert, the night watchman.
Hang it up.
Albert, I was looking for you a while ago. It's all right. I'm McLean. McLean, remember? Gilman and Company up on the 7th floor.
Hang up that phone, Mr. McLean.
Hello, would you repeat?
Oh, look, you don't understand. You don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on.
Oh, will you take that gun out of my face? I tell you, there's a gang of crooks in this building, Albert.
You, never should have been here tonight, Mr. McLean.
What?
Come on. We're going to see him.
Him?
Joe. Come on. Walk.
It was a trick we practiced 100 times for combat use, but I never tried it before, and it really counted. As I came to the head of the stairs, I whirled and chopped down hard with my right hand. I heard the gun go clattering, but my timing was way off. My knife never got into the play. Albert had me by the throat, and the two of us pitched down the steps toward the landing, locked together like a couple of wrestlers, but it was Albert who took the brunt of the fall. His heart was still beating. He was just knocked out, but for how long? I suppose when someone had hurt us, they must have hurt us, and the gun fall, too. The gun. Up at the top of the stairs. I had to get it. I had to get that gun. I had the gun in my hand. I didn't feel so naked now. I headed upstairs for Gilman and Company's quarters fast. The door was still ajar the way I'd left it. I slipped in and closed it behind me. I knew that maybe I had only a matter of a few minutes to get out a final SOS. Albert would come to and start talking. I stumbled over to my desk and put the gun down and started to reach for the phone.
All right, fella, just stay where you are. What did I tell you, Fred? I knew our boy would be coming back to see us. Let's go in and visit Petey.
Okay, guys. Move out where we can see you.
Petey, Ferris, at least three of them. Everything was in their favor. My hands moved even before I thought the desk drawer was open. I slid the gun into it, then moved in front of the door.
Okay, Mac. Or whatever your name is. Petey, look him over.
Yeah, sure, Joe.
Ain't you hanging around here a little late, Mac?
I went down the hall for a minute. I had some work to do. I guess I fell asleep. When I woke up, I just wanted to find out what time it was.
Hey, mister, I think you picked a bad night to work late. Petey, you wait in the hall and keep your eyes open. In 5 minutes, we'll be out of this dump. You stay here with this guy, Fred. You're no good to us downstairs, and I'm tired of looking at you. Petey, I tell you what. I think maybe we better make it easy for Fred.
Oh, no, look, Joe, I mean, no more.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, suppose we take this guy's tie, make a nice handcuff for him. Then these two businessmen can sit down and talk business until we're ready to go.
In a few seconds, not only were my wrists locked together, but I was sitting in the chair facing the door while Ferris slumped in the seat I wanted to have. The chair at the desk, inches away from the gun in the drawer. Ferris didn't look at me at all. Silence ticked by in ages. I shifted a little in my seat, testing Ferris, seeing if he'd noticed, but I got no reaction. Just that queer look on his face. The elevator would be bringing bad news in a matter of heartbeats.
Hey, who's that?
Huh? What?
The phone, the telephone.
Oh, the phone. Well, it's my wife, I guess. You see, I told her I'd be working late. She's probably calling to say that she's on her way down to pick me up.
Why, is she coming down here? Look, Joe don't want nobody else butting in down here.
I don't want her down here any more than you do, but the phone ringing like that, she'll just figure I've dozed off and come on down.
Yeah, but Joe might... Hey, Ferris, don't you think this guy had better answer? Come over here, mister. Talk to her.
Tell her,
Hello?
Tell her she don't have to pick you up.
Bart?
Hello, darling. I figured it was time you were calling.
Oh, it is you, Bart, darling. I've been worried out of my mind. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Hermie and I have tried to...
Oh, yes, dear, yes. I've just about wound up the work for the Warren people. I figured you were just having a little trouble putting Junior to bed.
Listen, tell her not to come down.
What is it? What are you talking about? Who is Junior? And the Warren people?
Yes, darling. Put the car back in the garage. Hermie is here. He's going to drive me home.
Hermie? Bart, Hermie's here with me. Don't you... Bart, is something wrong?
You're absolutely right, dear. Absolutely.
Oh, Bart, darling.
All right, don't talk all night.
Goodbye, darling.
Bart.
Who's this Hermie?
Why, he's a friend of mine. Sometimes we both work late, and he drives me home. I had to tell her something she'd believe. I didn't want to call him back.
Yeah, well, we'll fix that.
So he pointed me back to my chair and took the receiver off the hook. All the time, we might have been pictures on the wall for all the interest that Ferris took in us. Petey went back out in the hall, and when Ferris did speak, it was all I could do to keep from jumping out of my skin. In his face. I suddenly remembered when and where I'd seen a look like the one on Ferris's face.
Funny thing. All this time, I never knew you were married.
Oh, yes. I'm married 3 years now.
Marie and me, that's what we had in mind all the time. We figured we could make it work. We were going to get married. But you know how it is sometimes. That's all you make on clothes and cars there. Joe said no rough stuff. Marie just got excited. He didn't have to.
All right, Ferris. Here they come. Let's roll.
Ferris, listen to me. The desk drawer in front of you. There's a gun in there. A gun.
A gun?
And Joe's coming back. There's not much time, Ferris. Right in front of you. In the desk drawer. Open it. Get the gun.
Joe, he's the boy who went out to find what time it was. Smart boy. Can't keep his nose out of people's business. Well, we're going to fix all that up.
Oh, look, Joe.
Shut up. We found the watchman wife guy. For one little thing we didn't find. We don't find the gun you took off of him. Now you're going to tell me where the gun is. I got something figured out for that little gun. Okay, where is it? Come on.
Ask me, why don't you, Joe? Is this what you're looking for?
Wait a minute. With the first shot, Ferris buckled, sweeping the lamp off the desk. In the darkness, I groped for the outer office. Petey was in my path, but he was through stopping anybody. When I got to the window there at the first landing, I didn't waste motion this time in the lock, especially with my hands done up the way they were. I kicked twice. Pain was out of the window, and then I was out. Fire escape was rickety, but it had a railing, and the cold, wonderful night air was smacking me in the face. Then, just as I realized that the throbbing in my left arm meant that not all the stray lead had missed me, I heard the music that I had been waiting for. Bless her. Bless my Catherine. Well, I'm not in the Nugent building anymore, and here at Freitas and Miles, I manage to exercise such talents and training as I have without putting too great a strain on my blood pressure. A situation which not only pleases Mrs. McLean, a girl named Catherine, but also meets with the unreserved approval of her husband. Aside from an aversion to little white pills and a tendency to sneak frequent looks at his watch long about closing time each day, said husband is reputed to have only the normal number of faults. His greatest strong point remains his memory, which is convenient equipment for anniversaries. It will also ever be cherished for reminding him that the look on the face of a fellow named Ferris was a carbon copy of the expression he had last seen the day one of the men in his outfit disobeyed orders and wiped out half a dozen belligerent Nipponese. Ferris got only 2, while the man who was protesting what had happened to his brother got twice that many. But it is possible that he died just as happy. Personally, Oh, good Lord. Look what time it is. Where's my briefcase?
Going down.
Hold it, Johnny. Make room for one more.
Suspense has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Edward G. Robinson in A Case of Nerves, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Hap, where'd you get that medal?
Won it at the carnival last night, Harlow. Shot 10 clay pigeons out of 10.
Well, that's real firing, Hap. Sure as an Autolite spark plug.
Guess I qualify as an expert, eh, Wilcox?
Well, Hap, the clay pigeon field is a bit limited. But think Autolite engineers. You see, they design and build Autolite spark plugs to work as a team with the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the ignition system. That means Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered by experts, and they're world famous for quality and dependability.
I guess that's why Autolite spark plugs are unexcelled in quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Right, and these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with a case of nerves and the performance of Edward G. Robinson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I got off the train in Toledo and walked through the station to the street. I passed up the waiting taxi and swung aboard a bus. Taxi drivers are likely to remember you, and I couldn't take a chance on that. I hadn't paid any attention to the bus. I didn't know what the line was or where it was going. Didn't make any difference. I didn't know Toledo very well anyway. I watched out the window, and when I came to a likely neighborhood, I got off. Strange, unfamiliar quarter of the city, and yet familiar because every city has neighborhoods like it. Drab, faceless houses. And then most of them drab men and women anxious to make $1 by renting a room.
Now, this here is a nice room. It's the best one I got. The windows on two sides. There's a nice soft bed.
I'll take it.
How long you figure I'm staying?
Oh, just overnight. I'll pay you now.
Oh, well, that's $2, please.
Yeah. Oh.
What's the matter, mister? Are you sick?
Yes, I'm very sick. Is there a doctor near here?
Hey, you are sick.
Yeah, I think I'll go to bed. That doctor.
Oh, yeah. There's Dr. Martin just around the corner. He's young, but he's good.
Well, would you call him for me, please? Ask him to come right up. Oh.
Yeah, sure. Right away.
Come in.
I'm Dr. Martin. You're Mr.
My name is Wentworth, Doctor. James Wentworth.
Oh, yes.
I just got into town. I'm afraid I'm in for my old trouble again.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Wentworth?
Trigeminal neuralgia.
Ah.
I had bad attacks before.
Just where is the pain?
Here. And here.
Oh, yes. Now, if you...
No, don't touch it. It's like a red-hot iron, even the draft of air.
I know. Really, you should have that nerve operated.
Yes, I'm going to have it down when I get home.
Oh, where's that?
Cleveland.
Cleveland. I know a lot of men there. Who's your doctor?
Dr. Fletcher.
Lawrence Fletcher. Yes.
No, Andrew. Andrew R. Fletcher.
I don't recall him.
But he's waiting to clear up a heart condition before he operates.
Oh, yes, very sound. Now, how did this attack come on?
Oh, the way they always do. I was shaving, and I touched the nerve with the razor.
Oh, yes, the trigger point. It's very difficult.
Well, that doesn't help me when that nerve starts jumping.
When will you be back in Cleveland?
About 3 days.
I'll give you a prescription. This is morphine, quarter grain. You've taken it before?
Yes, that's the only thing that gives me any relief.
Well, then I don't have to tell you about it. I'll drop this off at the drugstore and have them send it up.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Tell them to hurry.
And I'd better give you a shot right now.
You know, Doctor, I think the pain isn't so bad now. I don't like to take more than I have to.
Oh, well, if you're sure you can get along.
Well, yes, I can make out all right. I'll hold the tablets until later. I paid Dr. Martin, young Dr. Martin at Toledo, and he left. I waited for the package to arrive from the drugstore. Then I stayed the night so the landlady wouldn't think it was peculiar. In the morning, I got on the train and went back to Cleveland, to the hospital with the little white tablets in my pocket. The little white tablets with which I would kill Louise. It had been so simple to deceive the young, impressionable doctor. So simple to counterfeit the symptoms that I'd seen Louise react to for 4 years now. It would keep her in bed for 4 years more. For 8. For 20. I'd live with the tic douloureux, a painful nerve so long. Too long indeed. Dr. Van Tua had to come every day now. The nurse had to be on hand day and night to combat Louise's attacks, to quiet the raging nerve with morphine. Yes, but not for long. In my pocket were the little white tablets that would bring her peace. I went into the hospital kitchen.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Oh,
Baker.
hello, Nellie. I'd like to bring Mr. Baker a milk.
Of course. I just give it a touch of the fire to take the chill out. I've missed you. Been away, I hear, Mr. Baker.
Yes, I had to go out of town.
And you asked me it's a good thing. For you, I mean. You needed a change. The hospital day after day. It was telling on you.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yes, it was. I could see. You're a good man, Mr. Baker. Believe me, it's like a sage you're bearing your triumph. Not like some others I could mention.
Well, isn't the milk ready, Nellie?
It is. There we are. Spoonful of sugar. Just the way Mrs. Baker likes it.
Well, thank you, Nellie.
And give Mrs. Baker my regards.
Yes, I'll do that, Nellie. Now, it was just a matter of stepping into an alcove on the way to Louise's room, dropping the white tablets into the warm milk. Sugar would mask the bitter taste. Oh, here. An ideal spot.
Mr. Baker.
Huh? Oh, nurse.
Did I startle you? I didn't mean to.
No, of course not.
Oh, bring Mrs. Baker her milk, I see. Well, I'm going up there myself. May I keep you company?
Yes, of course. Nurse White walked beside me to Louise's room. The chance that the night was gone. Another night of pain for Louise. I felt a sudden anger at the nurse. And a moment later, I realized how unreasonable it was. It was hard to be angry with anyone so pert, so alive, so beautiful. Even in her severe uniform, she managed to remain feminine, provocative. There was always a flower at her shoulder. Today, it was a sprig of flowering dogwood, and her quiet, unprofessional perfume was an exciting tingle in my nostrils. And then, we were in front of Louise's door.
Hello, Mrs. Baker. Look what I brought you.
Albert, dear.
Hello, darling.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back, darling. I missed you.
I missed you, too. Here's your milk.
You never forget, do you, Albert?
How was your day?
Just fine. Wasn't it, Miss White?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Baker. A very good day, all things considered.
Well, I'm glad. I brought you something else, Louise.
Oh, the locket. Oh, thank you, Albert, for remembering. Look, nurse, isn't it beautiful?
Oh, it is. It's an old piece, isn't it?
It belonged to my mother.
I had to hunt all over the house for it. Whatever gave you the sudden notion you wanted it anyway?
I don't know. I've had a feeling I'll be joining Mother soon.
Oh, Louise, please don't talk that way.
Now, Mrs. Baker, you're going to be up on your feet before you know it. And that's almost enough talking tonight, Mr. Baker.
No.
Mrs. Baker, do you want me to leave a tablet for you?
Yes, thank you, dear.
There you are. I hope you don't need to take it. Well, good night.
Good night, Miss White. The tablet. You've been taking it every night?
Well, I try not to. But lately, the pain.
Yes, I know.
Oh, Albert, dear, you deserve something better than this.
Please, dear.
Now, your nose to the grindstone to pay for the doctors and nurses.
Oh, don't worry.
A little handball at the club, and then this room.
Yes, but you're going to get better, dear. You must believe the doctor.
That's what Pauline says.
Pauline?
The nurse.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, is she looking out for you all right?
She's a dear. And very pretty, don't you think?
Pretty? Yes, I suppose so. I hadn't noticed.
I used to be pretty. You used to embarrass me sometimes, the way you looked at me.
But you're still beautiful, Louise. You'll always be.
I'm sorry, dear. I won't talk like that again. You'd better go now, Albert. I'll try to sleep.
Yes. Well, good night, dear. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Baker.
Oh. Miss White. I thought you'd gone.
I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Baker.
Yes?
It's about Mrs. Baker. She worries me. Her mental state is very low. You heard how she talked about her mother, the locket.
Yes, I heard.
She needs something, I don't know what, to snap her out of this mood. I just thought I'd mention it to you.
Yes, thanks. Oh, where are you going?
To put the morphine away.
You know, I don't see why Dr. Van Tuer doesn't give her more of that stuff. She needs it. Yet you ration it out as though it were poison.
Well, it is poison, Mr. Baker. That's why I'm particularly careful about Mrs. Baker.
But you don't think she'd actually...
Well, usually the ones who talk about it don't do it, Mr. Baker, so I wouldn't worry. Good night.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Miss White. Pauline, isn't it?
Why, yes, I didn't think you knew.
Well, would you mind, when we were alone, if I called you Pauline?
I'd like it.
Thanks. Well, this is an awful thing to ask, but, well, it's been pretty lonely for me.
Oh, yes, I know. That is, I can guess.
Well, would you let me take you to dinner this evening?
Why, thank you, Mr. Baker. I'd love it. I'm off duty at 8.
Well, I'll pick you up then. And, Pauline.
Yes, Mr. Baker.
My name's Albert.
At 8, then. Albert.
My heart sang. She was perfect. Everything was perfect. I had my poison. I had my witnesses. Louise had said just the right things in their presence, talking about her locket, making a veiled hint at suicide. How beautifully everything fell into place. I started toward the lobby door when I heard my name.
Oh, Baker. I say, Baker.
Oh, Dr. Van Tour. How are you?
Fine. Say, I want you to meet someone. This is Dr. Martin of Toledo.
I looked at him, at the man who stepped forward to shake hands with me, and my mouth went dry. This was Dr. Martin of Toledo who had given me my murder prescription. The eager, bumptious young man who stood there now looking straight into my eyes and saying,
Hello. How's that bad nerve of yours?
Autolite is bringing you Edward G. Robinson in A Case of Nerves, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, I had my fortune told at the carnival, too.
Oh, that's all. What'd the gypsy see in the crystal ball, huh?
Well, he said I would soon consult with an expert about...
ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs?
Yeah.
Well, they're built by experts because Autolite engineers are the experts who design and build complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. So naturally, they engineer Autolite spark plugs to work as a team with the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the ignition system.
You mean, of course, they know how to build ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs that can't be beat for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Precisely. And it was these same Autolite engineers who developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Oh, that gypsy had nothing on you, Wilcox.
Well, friends, see your friendly Autolite dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy better spark plugs for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Edward G. Robinson, in A Case of Nerves, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I was caught flat-footed. I couldn't answer, couldn't even turn and hide. Dr. Martin stared at me a minute, unbelievingly, and then his jaw hardened. After a long time, he put out his hand. Because there was nothing else to do, I took it.
Oh, this is Mr. Baker, Doctor. It's his wife who has this trigeminal condition.
His wife, eh?
Why, yes, of course. You didn't think I meant Mr. Baker, did you? He's as strong as an ox.
Yes, I can see that. No.
I ran into Dr. Martin in the doctor's lounge, Baker. He was telling me about a case he just saw in Toledo. Was Toledo, wasn't it, Martin? Symptoms were remarkably similar to Mrs. Baker's. Remarkably. I thought he might like to look in on Mrs. Baker. You don't mind?
She's sleeping, I think.
Oh, it's too bad. Well, another time, perhaps, eh, Doctor?
Oh, yes, certainly, Doctor.
Well, I've got to run. Glad I ran into you, Martin. Have lunch sometime, eh?
Yes, glad to.
I'll see you later, Baker.
Yeah, sure, Doctor, sure.
I'll have to be going myself now, Mr. Baker.
Wait, Doctor. I want to talk to you.
I don't see that there's anything to talk about.
Yes, but there is. I want you to know that what happened in Toledo yesterday.
You don't have to explain. I understand.
You understand? You didn't say anything to Dr. Van Tour.
Well, why should I? It's none of my business.
None of your business?
Of course. I admit I didn't have you tagged as an addict.
Addict?
Yes. You don't look like one, and that trick of refusing an immediate shot, well, I'm going to hand it to you. You fooled me completely. And using your wife's symptoms. Very clever. I don't doubt you can get a supply whenever you need it with that routine.
No. I assure you.
Please don't bother to lie to me. I guess I ought to thank you for teaching me that trick. It won't work again on this baby, believe me. And now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Baker, or Mr. Wentworth, I'm heading for a spot of handball.
Oh, wait. Yes? No hard feelings?
No, of course not.
Look, Doctor, if you really mean that about no hard feelings, and if you haven't got a partner, well, I play a pretty good game.
Now, that's what I call a switch, anyway. All right, hop in.
An addict. He took me for an addict, working on any dodge I could to get a supply of dope. Yes, but later, when he heard of Louise's death, he'd remember. I had no idea what I was going to do. I only knew that I couldn't let him go. He drove me over to the athletic club. He wasn't a member, but he held a courtesy card from the Toledo club, and he signed me in as his guest, laughing as James Wentworth. He was a fast man on the court, younger, too. I'd have had a hard time keeping up with him in any circumstances, but after a while, he beat me easily. I could think of only one thing. He was dangerous. Dangerous, and I had to get rid of him somehow.
It's a nice backhand you've got there, Baker. Wish I could handle those tough ones half as well.
Never mind the compliments, Doctor. Just remember the final score and be satisfied.
Say, how about a sweat out? They've got a good steam room here.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Here, this way then. Oh, take your towel.
Boy, this is hot.
Sit on your towel.
Yeah, good idea.
That was lucky for me you came along. This place is dead today, not a soul here.
Well, I enjoyed it. Hot, isn't it? Yeah.
Say, Baker, you know, I misjudged you.
Sorry. Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
You know, you really could do something for your trouble.
Yes?
We've got a sanitarium in Toledo that has been having pretty good luck with addiction lately.
I scarcely heard him. I only realized that we were alone, clouded in steam, not even visible to any casually curious person looking through the glass flare in the door. This was my chance. I'd never get another like it.
Take nerve, of
I picked up my towel.
What are you doing, then?
I'm sorry, Martin, but there's no other way. I whipped my towel over his head and got behind him where his flaying arms couldn't reach me. I didn't want to leave any marks on it. With my free hand, I covered his mouth and pinched his nostril shut through the towel. He groaned hard. But in a few minutes, he hung limp in my arms. And after a few minutes more, I knew he was dead. I left him there, hidden in the steam. In the locker room, I dressed quickly, parted my hair on the wrong side, and plastered it down in a way I'd never normally wear it. The man at the reception desk barely glanced at me as I passed him. Later, when they found Martin, they'd look for a man named Wentworth. They'd never find him because he didn't exist. It wasn't even that close. The papers reporting Martin's death put the cause down to heart failure brought on by the shock of exercise in the steam room. They didn't mention a companion. It wasn't important. And I waited anyway. A week. Waited and watched carefully. Because now not only Louisa's future was at stake, but my own and Pauline's.
There's the nurse's quarters, darling. You better not come any nearer.
Oh, Pauline, dearest.
I know, darling, I know. Oh, you must let go now. I'm late already.
No.
Albert.
No, yes, dear.
I'm leaving the hospital. I'm taking a job in Chicago.
No, what?
Yes. This is hopeless. I can't stand it. Taking care of your wife, smiling at her, seeing the two of you together.
But you can't do it. I couldn't live without you. Now that I found you...
What do you think this is going to do to me?
But I can't. When are you going?
I'm giving notice tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
Pauline.
gone. She said goodbye. So I knew what you meant. When I saw her again, it would be in the hospital across Louise's bed. She'd be Miss White, and I'd be Mr. Baker. No, I couldn't stand that now. Yes, but there was one sure way to hold her. The little white tablets were still in my pocket. Louise?
Albert, dear.
I brought you your milk.
Oh, thank you, dear. Hold this, will you, please?
What's that? Oh, your locket.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Who shall I leave it to, I wonder? Miss White. She's a sweet girl.
Oh, Louise, now don't talk that way. Louise, you're not going
I'd like her to have it. I'll take the milk now, Albert.
She drank it. I had to clench my jaws to keep from crying out. She smiled and held out the empty glass to me. And it was over. I went home and tossed sleeplessly, waiting for the inevitable. Hello? Yes? Yes? No, I'll be right over. Dr. Van Tour was outside Louise's room, and a white-faced Pauline and Nellie from the kitchen, so I hurried up the corridor. Oh, Baker. Oh, Doctor, can I go in? No. Baker, your wife is dead. What? Dead? Oh, but I don't understand. I thought she was improving, that you planned to operate. She died of an overdose of morphine.
Oh, Mr. Baker, I'm terribly sorry. I am too, Mr. Baker.
Yes, but how could she get it?
That's what I intend to find out. She took it in this glass of milk. There are traces left. Nellie here says you brought it up to her.
I didn't want to, Mr.
No, that's all right, Nellie. Well, of course I took it up. I did every night. Everybody in the hospital knows that.
Yes, I knew it also. Was anybody in the room when you brought it?
No. Just Louise.
And you saw her drink the milk?
No, Doctor. She didn't drink it then, not until after I'd gone. She did that frequently.
But that's right, Doctor.
Yes, I know that, too. Only last night, before she drank it, she managed to dissolve in it a lethal dose of morphine. I've checked the hospital supply. Every tablet is accounted for. We keep a very strict count, you know.
Yes, I know that.
Have you anything to say, Baker?
Well, I hardly know. I'm stunned.
Doctor, what do you mean? Surely you're not accusing Mr. Baker.
I'm not accusing anyone. That will be up to the police.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You're making a mistake.
It seems perfectly clear.
Yes, but I didn't kill her.
Oh, no? Then how did she die?
Well, she took her own life. She'd hinted more than once. Miss White, you remember?
Yes, Doctor. I spoke to Mr. Baker about it myself. You know she was very depressed.
That's true, nurse, but the morphine, it must have come from the outside, or we'd have missed it.
No, wait a minute. The tablet you left for her each night.
Yes, I ordered that.
But what if instead of taking it, she saved it? Well, she must have. It's the only way it could have happened.
Well, that's it, Doctor. It must be. For the past week, she's been exhausted and drawn in the morning, yet the tablets were always gone.
Well, if that's the case, nurse, how does it happen that you failed to find them? She couldn't leave her bed. You bathed her and changed the linen every day.
The locket.
The locket?
Yeah. Yes, of course. You remember Miss White? She made such a point of asking me to bring it to her. And then the way she talked about joining her mother.
Yes, I do. I do remember.
She wanted you to have the locket, Pauline. It was her last wish. Now, where is it?
I have it here. It's clutched in her hand. Let's... Police headquarters, please.
You have to notify them?
Yes, I do. Police headquarters? Give me homicide.
Homicide?
Yes, I'll wait.
Are you out of your mind? I just got through explaining everything.
Yes, you explained everything, including what still puzzles me. You see, Baker, you were right about this locket. Your wife did have a reason for wanting it. Look, I'll open it. You see, it's full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quarter-grain morphine tablets that she saved at the cost of 7 nights of agony. And she would have taken them last night. Only you beat her to it. presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Say, Wilcox, do you know what else the gypsy saw in the crystal ball?
Well, Hap, if it was a really big crystal ball, she might have been able to see more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Charles Boyer. The play is called The Case of Henri Vivard. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morowek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Case of Nerves is an original play written for radio by Lawrence Goldman. Edward G. Robinson may soon be seen in My Daughter Joy, an Alexander Korda production for London Films. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Broderick Crawford, Jack Carson, and Kathy and Elliot Lewis. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Charles Boyer.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Autolite, sponsor of Suspense, is proud to acknowledge receipt of the National Safety Council's Public Interest Award for exceptional contribution to highway safety. This is the second consecutive year that Suspense and its sponsors have been so honored. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.